is a presentation of WGN Sports.
Well, you can't predict the weather too far down the road, but it looks like it should be a very nice night here in South Florida for Chicago Cubs baseball on WGN Sports. Lots of Cub fans piling in, and they're hoping their team can make it 10 straight away from Wrigley Field. And we're set. It's game 2 of this weekend series. The Cubs have won 5 in a row as they take on the Florida Marlins. Hi again, everyone. Bob Brenly and Len Casper with you. The Cubs continue to find ways to pile up wins. It looked like they were going to drop game 1 last night, and then Darrell Ward came up in the ninth.
Yeah, the most unlikely of heroes. Darrell Ward has struggled throughout the early part of this season coming off the bench, but last night, the biggest hit of the road trip. Took a first pitch fastball down the middle. Didn't think he was going to get another one, but Kevin Gregg challenged him with the second pitch, and look at the crowd react. You would have thought we were at Wrigley Field as Darrell Ward launched that ball deep into the bleachers in right.
You know, he's the main pinch hitter off the bench. He doesn't get a lot of opportunities. That was his first hit since July 22nd.
You see where he ranks in the career pinch hit numbers. Ironically, Darrell Ward had his 41st at bat as a pinch hitter last night, only his 5th hit, but he's got twice as many RBIs with those 5 hits as he did last year with 11 base hits.
Now the Cubs are 5.5 games up on Milwaukee. The Brewers lost last night in Los Angeles, and I'd love to add to that lead again tonight.
Well, once again, the Cubs aren't too worried about the Brewers right now. They just want to take care of their own business, and that first win of the series here in Florida, a place where they've had trouble playing in the past, was really huge.
75 wins already, 28 games over 500. Everybody here maybe panicking a little bit around the Marlins, but they're still very much in this thing in the East.
Well, it's easy to panic when you're wasting good pitching, and Josh Johnson pitched a pretty good game for him last night, and that's kind of been the story for the Marlins lately.
All right, we'll talk about the starting pitchers when we come back and get you set for the middle game of this series. Oh, that's nice. Hey, we got to pay that, by the way. Remind me to do that later. We'll be back.
The men of TV are de-evolving. From man of the house,
I am the king in my castle,
to man of the couch.
Haven't I heard of you?
You're not a cop, are you?
Just when you think it can't get any worse, these guys show up.
I'm Larry. This is my brother Darrell. That's my other brother Darrell.
Watch the men of classic TV go from sophisticated to sauced. Put your mind on rewind with Out of Sight Retro Night on WGN America. Keep your eyes here.
No.
Guys, let's talk commitment. Relax, talking about beer. Budweiser has stayed true to the same recipe for over 130 years, through 5 generations. They could have cut corners, but they didn't, because they won't sacrifice quality or great taste. 130 years. Now that's commitment.
I love commitment. So fine that I really want to make you mine. They say a man should always dress for the job he wants. So why am I dressed up like a pirate in this restaurant? It's all because some hacker stole my identity. Now I'm in here every evening serving chowder and iced tea. Should have gone to freecreditreport.com. I could have seen this coming at me like an atom bomb. They monitor your credit and send you email alerts, so you don't end up selling fish to tourists in t-shirts.
Offer applies with enrollment and Triple Advantage.
Here at this modern-day watering hole, this urban Serengeti, it's man meets reptile.
So, Lucy, what are you doing?
Just a little online shopping.
You should check out Geico.com, get a free rate quote. If you like what you see, you can buy it online, over the phone, or at your local Geico office.
Cool.
Remarkable. Oh, no. Help! Did you hear something?
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Well, if you're a Cubs fan, you can come down to South Florida, not only catch some baseball, but some rays and the ocean as well. Well, it's the Cubs and the Marlins, game 2 of this 3-game series. And as I said in the open, that the Cubs have won 9 straight on the road. They haven't done that since 1945, and the offense has come up huge during this stretch.
Well, no question about it. The pitching has been good enough. The rotation and the bullpen have been good enough, but it's all about the offense over the last 9 road games. A high batting average, especially with runners in scoring position.
Now the starting pitchers, left-hander Sean Marshall will get a spot start tonight. He was going to start tomorrow because of the rainout in Atlanta, but moved up a day because Ryan Dempster will pitch on Sunday.
Sean Marshall will be held to around 80 pitches in this ball game. Jeff Samardzija is available to pitch if needed in relief of Sean Marshall. Also Jason Marquis available out of the pen.
A lot of left-handers in the Cubs lineup against right-hander Anibal Sanchez.
That's a real good idea considering the right-handed hitters batting only .088 against Sanchez.
All right, the lefty Marshall and the righty Sanchez, and we're set for Cubs baseball tonight here from South Florida. We'll have all the action coming up next.
Somebody, you just randomly out there.
What was that?
It's nothing. Yeah, nothing at all.
Sip gets you closer to clothing, vacations, millions of songs from Amazon MP3 and more. Sign up at PepsiStuff.com.
Goodbye, Mr. Made Up of Different Stuff guy.
Come on, what woman doesn't melt when they hear an accordion?
By the time I met Randy, I knew what I was looking for.
Everybody's complex. We oversimplify ourselves and we oversimplify each other a lot.
What's been surprising about love is that it's a lot easier than I thought it would be.
It feels good not to have to be anything other than who you are. I put that on my eHarmony thing, by the way, is me playing the accordion.
Did you?
No.
Log on and review your matches for free. eHarmony.com.
Join the Night Watchman as he secures the fortress in an ongoing quest to keep it safe from mediocre television. Travel deep down to the movie underground to screen another movie mind fresh from the vaults. Next Friday, we got Spike Lee's take on the Son of Sam murders of New York in the steaming hot thriller, Summer of Sam.
The Son of Sam.
Enter the movie underground next Friday night at 8 East 5 West, right here on WGN America.
Chicago Cubs baseball, brought to you by Budweiser. Reach for the perfect balance of flavor and refreshment. Budweiser, the great American lager. AM/PM. AM/PM. Too much good stuff. The Illinois Lottery. Play the Illinois Lottery. Have a ball. By Comcast. Proven advanced technology. Call 1-888-4BEST-TV. By Pepsi, every sip gets you closer. And by Southwest Airlines, fees don't fly with us. Visit southwest.com.
And tonight's Cubs broadcast from Dolphin Stadium here on WGN Sports, your official summer baseball station, is brought to you in beautiful high definition, sponsored by Comcast. Well, we've had blue skies above throughout the day. And a brief shower around 4 o'clock yesterday, but we played without incident last night. Let's hope it remains just like this for the remainder of the weekend.
Well, as you said earlier, you never want to forecast too far in advance here in Florida because things can change in a hurry. But knock on wood, the forecast does look good for the next couple of days.
So the Marlins getting ready to take the field. Cubs have taken 5 straight and 9 in a row on the road. Florida has dropped 3 straight and 6 of 8. And a bunch of left-handers in the Cubs lineup. Darrell Ward was going to start tonight regardless of how his pinch hit at bat in the 9th went. What a nice little reward nonetheless, as he'll get the start at first base. Here's Lou Pinella's Pepsi lineup tonight against Anibal Sanchez and the Marlins. Brought to you by Pepsi. Every sip gets you closer. You see on the right all the left-handed hitters as Edmonds, Ward, Fontenot, and Fukudome. go 3 through 6 in the lineup. You have Henry Blanco in there catching tonight for Giovanni Soto, who will catch in the day game tomorrow.
Let's take a look at the Fish defensively tonight. Josh Willingham, Cody Ross, Jeremy Hermida across the outfield. Cantu and Ramirez on the left side of the infield. Dan Ugla, he of the 3 errors in the All-Star game, playing second base. Mike Jacobs over at first. Matt Trainer back in the lineup behind the plate. He'll be doing the catching for right-hander Anibal Sanchez. As you mentioned, Len, 4 lefties in a row in the Cubs lineup, and I touched on it briefly in the open. Right-handers hitting only .088 against Anibal Sanchez this season. Lefties hitting .400. He's only started 3 ball games, returning from shoulder surgery that he underwent last June.
Pennsylvania native Jerry Meals will work home plate tonight. The crew chief is Gary Darling, Chris Guccione, and Bill Miller will be at second and third respectively. One other Cubs lineup note, Aramis Ramirez still day-to-day with the left hip contusion, and we might see him back in the starting lineup tomorrow, but he should be available to pinch hit tonight.
Sanchez coming off a start against the St. Louis Cardinals when he went 7 innings, gave up 6 hits and 3 runs, punched out 8 Cardinal batters, and he said that was the best start he's had since the shoulder surgery. Felt like all of his pitches were working well. He was commanding the strike zone.
So he's set to work against Alfonso Soriano. Sanchez, 24 years old, from Maracay, Venezuela. The pitch, fastball missing, ball 1. We're underway. Second place Brewers are in Los Angeles later tonight. Dave Bush and Derek Lowe in a battle of right-handers. Dodgers won last night. Sanchez gets the sign from his catcher, Matt Trainer. That was a heater that missed. Terrio and then Jim Edmonds batting third for the first time in the Cubs lineup this year. Last night, Jim hit cleanup for the first time as a Cub. Next pitch, and there's ball 4. So Soriano with a leadoff walk. First time he's been on in the series. This franchise has only been around since 1993, but they've had 4 no-hitters. And the latest came on September 6, 2006, when Sanchez did it. So Al Leiter, Kevin Brown, A.J. Burnett, and Anibal Sanchez, and he was the 19th rookie to throw a no-hitter in the modern era. First since Bud Smith for the St. Louis Cardinals in 2001.
That was only his 13th Major League start. He's struggling to find the strike zone here in the early going, and that's not a good thing for any pitcher against this Cubs offense. They've shown tremendous patience throughout the course of this road winning streak, averaging over 5 walks per game.
Very close at first, and Soriano just got back in time.
That's a defense mechanism that a pitcher will use against the good base stealers who can get out there in such a position where they can see the catcher's signs. Throw over before you come set. Another very close pickoff attempt at first base. I mean, as that pitcher staring into the catcher to get his signs, that's when the base runner's trying to peek in there and see the catcher's signs as well. That's a great time to snap a throw over to first base.
So Soriano picked off.
After 2 very close attempts, they get him easily that time. Something to make a note of over there in that third base dugout. Anibal Sanchez has very quick feet.
First time he has faced the Cubs, now facing Terrio with nobody on base. After the first out was recorded on a pickoff at first base. Ryan went 1 for 5 last night. However, he could have had 3 hits. A couple of nice defensive plays took knocks away from him. The wind and the 1-2. It's buried in the dirt. Well, you mentioned the shoulder surgery. And a very tragic situation in the offseason for Anibal and his wife. They lost their infant son last December. That's high. And it's a full count. He suffered that personal tragedy. Set his rehab back, obviously, is Ross. With a lot of room out in left center. And he makes a catch.
Well, if you weren't with us last night, this is not a homer-friendly ballpark by any stretch of the imagination. Right-handed pull hitters have a better chance than anybody else. We do have a little bit of a short porch down the left field line, but the out-of-town scoreboard, the very deep gaps, make it very tough to hit home runs here.
So it's Edmonds, a career .329 hitter versus the Florida Marlins with 7 home runs. Strike 1. And since he joined the team, he's tied for second on the club in home runs with 14. Starts that string of left-handed hitters. Darrell Ward next. If Edmonds can get on, then Mike Fontenot and Kosuke Fukudome. An entirely right-handed bench.
You would have to believe that at least for tonight's ball game, we probably won't see Reniel Pinto or Hendrickson or Rhodes, the 3 lefties, out of the Marlins bullpen. Because if you bring one of those lefties in, they're going to see a string of right-handed pinch hitters.
A slicing liner, and it's right to Josh Willingham, the left fielder, and that'll end the Cubs first after the leadoff walk. He gets picked off, but it's Sean Marshall to the mound when we come back.
Guys that sweat a lot have to have a backup plan. Well, there's a better plan. Gillette Clinical Strength Antiperspirant. Powerful wetness protection. 34% better than a prescription product. A lot more confidence.
Hey, Jason, you got that report, right?
You bet.
There's something different about you. Did you get a haircut?
Gillette Clinical Strength Antiperspirant. Change your life, not your shirt.
So you're looking to lower your cholesterol. Well, you're not alone, because millions of Americans are. So Cheerios gave away 1 million bowls of cereal. Why? Because Cheerios can help lower your cholesterol 4% in 6 weeks. Not long at all. Just 6 weeks. So join the challenge and get $6 in coupons at CheeriosChallenge.com.
That ball's gone. A home run. Sox win. Sox win. Yes. Cubs win. They win it. Oh, baby. Now the Florida Marlins starting lineup: Hanley Ramirez, Cody Ross, and Jorge Cantu's had a big year against the Cubs. Hit a big home run last night. Jacobs, Ugla, Willingham, Hermida down to 7th. against the lefty. Matt Trainer back in their lineup. They have 3 catchers on the roster. More on that in a moment. Anibal Sanchez comes in 0 for 5.
And let's check out how the Cubs take the field defensively tonight. Behind Sean Marshall, brought to you by Pepsi. Every sip gets you closer. Soriano, Edmonds, Fukudome across the outfield. DeRosa Terrio on the left side. Fontenot, Ward on the right side. Veteran backup catcher Henry Blanco doing the duties tonight. He'll be receiving pitches from left-hander Sean Marshall. You mentioned Sean will probably be held around 80 pitches in this ball game tonight. Hopefully that'll be enough to get deep into the ball game.
Well, not a good start against Hanley Ramirez, who was very patient in game 1. He walked 3 times. Went 1 for 2 officially. There's the first strike. 2-1. This is Marshall's first start since July 6th. Was going to start tomorrow because the Cubs were rained out on Tuesday, and Lou did not want to bring back Rich Harden. On short rest, that's a deep fly to left field, and it is going to be gone. A home run. It's a leadoff home run for Hanley Ramirez, his 27th of the year. The 163rd of the season for Florida. They came in tied for second in the National League in home runs.
You mentioned Ramirez got on base 3 times last night, but never attempted to run. He doesn't have to run this time either. Made that loud sound off the bat, a line drive homer over the out-of-town scoreboard in left field.
His 22nd career leadoff home run. Going back to 06. Only Alfonso Soriano has more with 24. 1 strike on Cody Ross. His 7th leadoff blast here in 08.
Kind of looked like Ramirez was trying to set up Sean Marshall. He didn't look like he was really too interested in offering it any of the first 3 pitches that Marshall threw, but came in there with that fastball and jumped all over.
So again, with Harden pushed back to Wednesday, Lou did not want to bring him back on short rest. There was a consideration of bringing Jason Marquis back on short rest, something he had done before, a swing and a miss. And instead of that, they determined, let's go with the left-hander, Sean Marshall. And then Ryan Dempster had a personal matter to attend to. So Ryan was pushed back to tomorrow, and Sean was moved up a day to tonight. And Dempster will be right back in there tomorrow. And there he is. I think today he was supposed to arrive fairly close to game time, so they didn't want to take any chances. 1-0 on Jorge Cantu. Jeff Samardzija is available to back up Sean Marshall. We will not see Kerry Wood tonight. He threw 30 pitches last night and has worked in 3 straight.
And that elevated pitch count for Kerry Wood wasn't because he was not throwing strikes. It was because the Marlins hitters just kept getting a piece of a pitch, fouling off 2-strike pitches, running up that pitch count. This stuff was very good in the ball game last night.
Marquis is available in an emergency situation. Jason's next start will be Friday against the Washington Nationals. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts for Marshall after the leadoff home run.
Both strikeouts coming on the big breaking ball. The first one stayed up, and you got the swinging strike. This one dropped right on the outside corner. Cantu swings right through it. Good hook tonight early from Sean Marshall.
Jacobs, the first baseman. Good curveball in there for a strike. Jacobs has hit just 125 in his career against the Cubs. He had a 2-homer game against them earlier this season at Wrigley Field. That was on July 27th, knocked in 5, but the Cubs won the game 9-6. Another curve for a strike. 1-2. Sean down in the visitors' dugout as he's getting ready to swing the bat in BP. He's 6'7". And while there's a little more headroom down there than maybe in the dugouts at Wrigley Field, not a ton. And there's something right in the middle of the dugout where it kind of comes down right there.
Yeah, the low bridge.
That's why they have the padding on it. Yeah, comes back and strikes out Ross, Cantu, and Jacobs after the Ramirez home run. Make sure you duck when you head in there, Sean. 1-0.
Girls, enough family time for one day? Luckily, a clean, comfortable room for the lowest price of any national chain is coming right up. Motel 6. We'll leave the light on for you.
Going for it, 2008.
This is my year. I'm not going home without it.
I've been dreaming about it since I was a kid.
The perfect chicken sandwich.
Introducing McDonald's new Southern-style chicken sandwich.
It's perfectly seasoned.
It's juicy. It's just how I like it.
All white meat chicken served warm with pickles on a steamed, buttery-tasting bun.
Why you settle for silver? When you can get gold.
It's not a dream. You are not hallucinating. You're witnessing the metamorphosis of a new network. WGN America. Keep your eyes here.
How many years have you been lying to me? A total freak. I've smoked pot. You want a piece of me? Bring it on.
That is so reassuring, my little flower.
Excuse me?
There's no way to get me out of here now. Things are just getting good.
Now it's easy to sell your home fast with the No Commission Company. ForSaleByOwner.com.
We sold our home in 3 weeks.
I had no idea it could be that easy. It really was.
We've helped thousands of people save millions of dollars. We give you lawn signs and a step-by-step guide. We even have advisors on call to answer any questions. Visit ForSaleByOwner.com now at ForSaleByOwner.com. ForSaleByOwner.com. No commission, lots of help.
Join Ernie, Rhino, and Dutchie in the Westside Rooters Social Club, the first official Cubs fan club. Attend Rooter rallies at all Harry Carey's locations during Cubs game. Visit WestsideRooters.com for more information. Oofwa.
Well, a few fans might have been saying that when Darrell Ward came to the plate. Hanley Ramirez with a leadoff home run for Florida. In the bottom of the first, but a big ovation from the visiting fans for Darrell Ward, who had the game-winning pinch hit 3-run homer last night.
Well, he mentioned when he showed it in the open, he got a first pitch fastball that he took right down the middle of the plate, and then Kevin Gregg came back with another one, tried to challenge him, and Darrell Ward was all over. And we talked briefly about his struggles this season. It's not as easy for a guy whose role is as the #1 pinch hitter to work his way out of a slump, because sometimes he may only get 2 or 3 at-bats in a week, as opposed to an everyday player who knows if he goes 0 for 4 or 0 for 5, he's going to get another opportunity tomorrow to get in there and do it again. That's why it takes such a special personality and a special attitude to be a pinch hitter.
Well, he hit that one fairly well, but one of the deepest parts of the park straightaway center, and that's the first out. Got the beer shower from his teammates after the game, and I pounded home the point the other day that The clubhouse atmosphere, the flights, everything always feels the same, but we were in the clubhouse after the game last night. It felt a little different. Everybody was pretty giddy because they felt like they stole one away. And everybody was really happy for Darryl Ward. How could you not pull for a guy like him? Been such a great, as he said, quiet leader. He tries to lead by example. And everybody was thrilled that he was able to not only break out of his slump, but to do it in such a grand fashion. One and one on Mike Fontenot, whose on-base plus slugging is 1,079 over his last 36 games. Tells you how good he's been at the plate. And boy, did he get robbed in the 9th inning. He hit a screamer that was caught by Wes Helms down at third base.
Yeah, that was a sure double off the bat. Looked like it was headed for the corner, and Helms somehow managed to get over there and make a great defensive play to steal a base hit away.
Sanchez finds the sign he wants. Awkward swing by Mike. I mentioned the Marlins now have 3 catchers, a familiar face back in a Marlins uniform. Paul Loduca, who recently was released by the Washington Nationals after a very difficult season. He signed a minor league deal with the Marlins, was hitting the ball well at AAA, and he's back. Provide a little offense off the bench. We still have John Baker, a left-handed hitting catcher, and Matt Trainer, who's in there tonight.
And so far, all the catchers have handled the situation the way you would expect. They've all said the right things, but there's only so many at-bats to go around, and with 3 catchers on the roster, somebody's going to get slighted. I don't know how long they'll go with 3 catchers on the roster. That's something that could remedy itself.
Well, if it were up to you, it would be mandated that every team should have 3 catchers, if not 4 on the roster. Fontenot takes ball 4 on a close pitch.
At least 3. 3 is a minimum. Another good at bat by a Cub hitter. Mike Fontenot lays off this breaking ball that just never really took the break. Stayed up above the belt, just off the outside corner. Cubs have a run.
Now it's Kosuke with his first start in the set. He did play right field in the 9th last night. 4 hits over the final couple of games for him in Atlanta. Season average at 270, on base 99 points better. Continue to maintain their major league lead in on-base percentage. They came in at .358 as a club. And at just about every turn, we've seen how huge that is. Mark DeRosa, 3 walks last night, including the big leadoff walk to start that rally in the 9th inning. Kosuke's been a big part of that this season. We talked early in the year about how maybe his approach was contagious, if that's possible.
Well, we talk about hitting being contagious all the time. I don't know about patience. I think that's something that most guys either have or they don't have. The problem is some guys have it and don't realize it. They get overly aggressive. They give the pitcher way too much credit. They feel like they have to attack the first thing they see in the strike zone. But perhaps because of Kosuke's patience early in the season, the other guys on the Cubs ball club saw that, hey, I can work some counts too. I can hit with 2 strikes. I'm going to make this guy work a little bit.
There you go. 4 bad ones, 2 on now for the red-hot Mark DeRosa. Well, how big was this home run last night? Didn't seem huge at the time, but it got the Cubs and maybe, as you said, Big Z back in the ballgame.
Yeah, Z was really struggling with his command and his emotions in that ballgame last night. It looks like things were going to slip away quickly, and then 2 hitters into the 4th inning. Cubs had put a 2 spot on the board, and Zambrano was suddenly back in the ballgame. As you said, red hot over his last 9 games, 8 extra base hits, 15 runs driven in 9 ball games.
Nice comeback month for Mark, who scuffled in July. So Mark Wiley, the pitching coach, back in the dugout. The 3 walks tonight now gives the Cubs 489 on the season, most in the majors. So they're only 11 away from 500 walks. Ball 1. And the thing about a guy like DeRosa being hot, Sanchez doesn't want to throw one right down the middle, but if he doesn't, the way Mark's seeing the ball, he'll gladly keep that line moving for Henry Blanco, who's on deck. No one after a bad one there, 1-1.
Sanchez really having a hard time with all of his pitches right now. Every fastball he's thrown has been up out of the strike zone. That breaking ball bounced out in front of home plate. Patience.
Kick in the 1-1. Ground ball to first. It's Jacobs who will step on the bag. Now, well, Mark DeRosa, who just faced Sanchez for the first time in his career, saw 3 pitches, and 2 of them he checked his swing. Will he go look at some video and find out what's going on? What am I not seeing? Because, as we said, he was seeing the ball so well.
Well, it's obvious he didn't see it real good in that at bat. Yeah, he'll probably check some videotape either between innings or after the next inning on defense, run in there and see if he can decipher anything from those 3 pitches that he saw in that at bat.
A dribbler to third. Cantu picks it up. He has time, and he gets Henry. So the Cubs strand a pair in scoring position. They trail early on, 1-0.
No. Guys, let's talk commitment. Relax, talking about beer. Budweiser has stayed true to the same recipe for over 130 years, through 5 generations. They could have cut corners, but they didn't, because they won't sacrifice quality or great taste. 130 years. Now that's commitment.
I love commitment.
So fine that I really want to make you mine.
One night, WGN America has one ortacular event.
Let's all get down and get funky.
He's sexy.
Hi there, beautiful. Hi. Now it's your turn, right?
He's funny.
Oh, humor. Yeah, hello? Hello?
He's Mork from Ork. The Mork and Mindy Mini Marathon.
Oh, that's nice.
A total freak.
I've smoked pot.
You want a piece of me? Bring it on.
That is so reassuring, my little flower.
Excuse me?
There's no way to get me out of here now. Things are just getting good.
The Baby Ruth Ultimate 7th Inning Stretch Competition is in its final stages. Only 10 finalists left. We need your help in choosing who will sing the 7th Inning Stretch at the Cubs game on September 1st. The final videos will be posted next week. Be sure to visit Cubs.com and cast your vote. Tell us who you think deserves the title of Ultimate Cubs Fan. think there are a few of them here tonight who would consider themselves the ultimate Cubs fan. The 0-1 pitch to Dan Uggla. He's a little bit inside.
Well, we heard an a cappella version of Go Cubs Go after that big win last night. As has been the case in most of the road games this year for the Cubs, a lot of the home fans leave early, leaving the stadium mostly occupied by the Cub fans. And they made a lot of noise late in that game yesterday.
Not only was it a cappella, but there wasn't any music.
Yeah. That too.
1-2. Just ignore me over here. That might be best. The pitch. Another blast. Uggla sends that one deep. And it hits the top of the board. And they're saying it's in. Cubs get a break. That ball hit the top of the scoreboard out there, the Teal Tower area. And it stayed in. No argument from the Marlins. Well, here comes Freddie Gonzalez. They may all get together just to make sure as Chris Guccione, the second base umpire, made that call. It did bounce straight up. What do you think?
I think it might have hit beyond the top of the scoreboard, just with the naked eye on a first look. Now, we have the benefit of the instant replay here. We all may have the benefit of an instant replay soon.
Let's see.
Oh, you're right. Hit right on top of the scoreboard.
The only thing is it bounced back toward the field, which would lead you to believe it hit maybe something than just the top. But at any rate, Cubs will take it. It's the best they could have hoped for in that spot. Understand my point. If it hits the top, you think it would continue its trajectory away from the field.
It hit right on the edge.
It could have hit the edge, yeah. It's about the only way it could have bounced the way it did. Well, maybe in a few weeks that would have been subject to instant replay. Sounds like it's going to happen. Well, they have been testing it at several ballparks already, and I don't know if this would have been conclusive enough.
Well, you watch the way the outfielders react too, and Alfonso Soriano and Jim Edmonds both continue to go after that ball hard. You got to believe if it hit above the scoreboard, one or both of them would have quit on the play.
Willingham is thrown out by DeRosa. That's the first out. They keep Uggla at second.
Well, and since we've been here in Florida, a lot of the Marlins fans, a lot of the local newspapers have been bemoaning the fact that the Marlins aren't hitting with runners in scoring position. But a lot of times it's not only the at-bat with the runner in scoring position. It's the at-bats leading up to it. If Willingham would have hit that ball to the right side of the field to move Uggla to third base, you have a much better opportunity to score that runner from third. So, you know, the guys who come to the plate in this inning may take a hit on their batting average with runners in scoring position, but it gets back to playing the game. Do what you have to do to move those runners into scoring position for your teammates.
It's been a rough stretch for Hermida. 0 for his last 16 during his homestand. 0 for 5 last night, but he had a strong at-bat in the ninth. Now, it resulted in a strikeout, and I was just going to mention as he got hit, we believe he got hit in the at-bat last night on the right sleeve. He tried to sell it to Bill Miller, who was working the plate, but Miller did not give him first base. That ended up being a very important part of that ninth inning as Kerry Wood got out of it. This one was pretty obvious.
Yeah, this one there's very little doubt. This catches him on the back of the right arm. Well, the bad news is the Marlins get another base runner. The good news is it sets up a possible inning-ending double play if Sean Marshall can get Matt Traynor to hit a ball on the ground to one of his infielders.
First and second, one out. Outside, ball one.
I would imagine as we get deeper into the night here, Matt Traynor's focus may be a little divided. His wife, Misty May Traynor, Playing at 10 o'clock tonight, I believe he said.
Women's beach volleyball, they're going after the gold. Misty and her partner Kerry Walsh won it in 2004, and Misty was in the booth at Wrigley Field earlier this year, saying root, root, root for the Cubbies. But it wasn't against Florida. Well, her picture is all over the internet right now. You may have seen it. President Bush was there. I think they were probably training for a match, and she has a tattoo on her back, and the president padded that tattoo. And Matt was asked about it and basically said the president can do whatever he wants. And a strike. Long look down at former Cub Bo Porter, the third base coach for the Marlins.
I know a lot of baseball people don't like playing hit and run with the 8-hitter, given the fact that the pitcher's standing in the on-deck circle. Why are you rolling the dice trying to make something happen with the pitcher on deck? But for me, I think this is a great time to hit and run. Stay out of the double play, get that pitcher up to the plate in this inning. Runners were not going that time. Trainer hooks a foul down the third baseline.
Surprised Bo Porter didn't try to intercept that foul ball. He was an all Big Ten safety at Iowa before he became a pro baseball player and spent time in the majors with the Cubs, the A's, and the Rangers. Played for Freddie Gonzalez at AAA in the Braves chain. It's Trainer to chase. Big strikeout. Now the pitcher coming up with 2 outs. It's 4 strikeouts for Marshall.
Well, believe it or not, that's a good sign that he bounces this breaking ball. He was ahead in the count. Most of the curveballs he's thrown in this game, he's tried to throw in the strike zone. It's good to see that Sean can bounce that pitch up there, trying to get the swinging strike if necessary.
So he's faced 8, and he has struck out half of them. Slowly hit on the ground right at Mike Fontenot, and the inning is over. Well, Ugla doubled off the top of the wall out in left, and he never did get off second base. 1-0.
Hey, we landed.
In the middle of the road. Hop in, there's room.
There's one thing. We're nudists.
Wow.
Ugh. Rear view camera. Ride ready. The new Pilot, only from Honda.
Can I get a little help here? Hello. Hey. We all upgraded to Verizon Wireless. Got push to talk and the reliability of the network. That old service is useless now. Careful. Cement.
Don't be the last one standing with another push to talk. Switch to the only one that comes with a network. Activate push to talk on 5 business lines to get these great deals. Verizon Wireless.
Welcome to Progressive.com. Ah, I see you have a list.
So I only pay for the features that I need.
So let's customize your policy.
It's me.
Now just add or subtract what you need.
I want lots of coverage, a little less, a low deductible, and roadside assistance. That was easy.
Your satisfaction is our policy. It's a little insurance joke. Really little. There it goes.
Getting the policy and the price you want. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
Next, Reno 911. Dangle is leaving the department.
Jim has been here a long time in those plum smugglers.
Never actually kicked a block hole.
Reno 911.
Tonight at 11:30 East, 8:30 West.
This Tuesday, the Cubs host the Reds at Wrigley Field. Game time is 7:05, but be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans will get a Cubs home cap, compliments of Pepsi and the Museum of Science and Industry. Len and Bob and our WGN sports crew from South Florida. Sean Marshall leading the team in batting average at 500.
The cool 500.
Breaking ball strike. Showing him some respect. Oh, 2. Just off the outside corner. The next one, smack foul. One career home run for Sean. He has hit 147 lifetime. There's Soriano on deck. The kick and the 2-2 pitch. And he went around, strike 3. The first strikeout for Sanchez, and we'll go back to the top now in Soriano.
Sanchez looks like he has a little better rhythm working here, starting out on Sean Marshall in this inning. All of his pitches were either in or around the strike zone that time. Sometimes you just have to burn off a little of that excess energy early in the ball game. Got a little extra adrenaline.
That's to right, and Soriano, I don't think, saw the ball because he did not get out of the box quickly. He's going to try to get to second base, and he will get in. He did not run out of the box, but I think he just didn't know where the ball was. I'm assuming he thought he hit it foul. That was clearly fair. Well, he had that situation in Atlanta when he didn't hustle. He thought he had hit a home run. See, he's looking off to the right. Now he locates it.
He wouldn't have made it any further than second base anyway. Fortunately, he gets in with a slide at second. And it's going to get tougher to see as this game moves along. We talked about it last night. When dusk fully does settle in here, very tough to pick up fly balls, and even for hitters sometimes.
Strikes on Terrio. Good lead by Alfonso at second. 2-0. Well, Mark Kotze lost that ball in the twilight in Atlanta. And that was the play during which Ramos Ramirez banged up his left hip at the plate. We saw Kotze had 2 more hits last night after going 5 for 5 and hitting for the cycle on Thursday. Fouled right at the plate. Keeping an eye on other action around baseball. The Cardinals with 5 in the second in Cincinnati. It's 5-1 St. Louis. Skip Schumacher with his 8th home run. Aaron Harang starting for the Reds. Now it's 6-1. Another run for St. Louis in the third. Joel Pinheiro is pitching for St. Louis. And the throw gets into center. Soriano on his way to third. Here comes a throw. He's in. Well, they picked him off at first base in the opening inning, trying to get him at second. Here in the third, and an error committed by the pitcher Sanchez. It's a 95th error.
Most in the National League. I'll tell you, with a good throw, they might have him picked off out there at second base as well. Good break by Hanley Ramirez. The throw, however, by Sanchez was terrible. And Soriano able to get to his feet, move on to third base. And now the Marlins will be forced to bring their infield in for Ryan Theriot.
It's 2-2. Ontario, everybody in. Struck him out. Hey, Cubs fans, don't forget to check out our WGN baseball blog on WGNTV.com. Click on the sports link. Look for Len and Bob's baseball blog. On the blog tonight, Cubs fan Bill Murray with a postseason wish as he kicked off the Chicago Air and Water Show. Game notes from our friends at Stats, our new baseball buddy feature. There's a link to our current podcast as well. So Soriano still at third with 2 outs. The infielders are back against Edmonds as Mike Quade chats with his base runner. The double for Soriano, the Cubs' first hit of the night. Playing pretty much straight away in the outfield all around. Caught the corner. 2-1. And a couple of strike calls here against Jim in his first 2 at-bats that he hasn't liked that much. Trainer got in front of it, 3-1. Trail 1-0. Hanley Ramirez with a leadoff homer in the first for Florida. The 3-1 pitch. That missed, ball 4. Couple of rough starts for Carlos Zambrano. Coming off a bad one against the Cardinals. He scuffled again early on, and he had some issues with the strike zone, and Bill Miller, the home plate umpire.
It was a real battle for Carlos last night, not only battling with the home plate umpire and the Marlins hitters, but battling himself quite a bit last night. We haven't seen much of that from Big Z this year.
Now Darrell Ward, breaking ball strike. Probably won't get too many fastballs right down the middle early in the count the rest of the series. The pitch. 1-1. Darrell 6 for 19 over his last 5 starts, going back to June 27. So he's hit better as a starter than as a pinch hitter here lately.
Well, and this is only the 4th start of the 08 season for Sanchez, but he's yet to throw a wild pitch.
Good setup. Darrell Ward, I think, thought it was ball 4, and it's only ball 3. You know what? I think it was that first pitch that was called for a strike. He thought it was ball 1. He thought that was 3-0, but it was actually 2-1. Pretty good bet that's what was going on there.
Either that or Darrell Ward is trying to accomplish something that's never been done in the game of baseball. Steal first. Got a good jump. Tried to get on down there, but no.
Now the 3-1 pitch, and it's 3-2. Well, I figured if I have to come back here, I'm not going to get cheated. A big crowd on hand tonight, and a lot of Cub fans in the house. Edmonds will go with the pitch with 2 outs. Here it is. Bounced it foul.
Tough pitch to get a piece of right there. That slider started on the inside part of the plate. Probably would have hit Darrell if he didn't swing at it. Just trying to make sure he doesn't take anything close to that strike zone. Bounded over to that first base dugout.
The next pitch is outside. That is ball 4, and the bases are loaded. Sanchez has now walked 5 in 2 2/3. And the Cubs want to make that hurt.
I mentioned Sanchez's last outing was against the St. Louis Cardinals, and he said he felt it's the best he's thrown the ball since his shoulder surgery. And he also said he felt more comfortable throwing his fastball, and something that he would probably do in future starts. But that first inning, he had all kinds of trouble commanding his fastball, and we've seen a lot of breaking pitches. Sometimes your plan going into the game has to change quickly.
Soriano at third, Edmonds at second, Ward at first, and Mike Fontenot takes ball 1. It's Mark Wiley, the pitching coach for Florida. Here comes the 1-0. Chopper to Jacobs. Sanchez covering, and they get him. So they leave him loaded, 5 stranded over the last 2 innings. It's still 1-0 Florida.
On the next Scrubs.
Where's my change?
A bird took it. Every hospital has regulations.
That scavenger is a serious health risk.
But to janitor,
what else can you do?
The rules are for the birds.
I had him stuffed. Wow, that was impressive.
Next Scrubs.
Tonight at 11.
What are you doing? Fixing the name. It's fiber none. Looks like one. Well, I know. Put an N there.
Ah, Fiber One Honey Cluster cereal. That's really good.
It tastes good, so there can't be fiber in it.
It's actually got about half a day's worth of fiber.
It says so right in the box. Really? Try it.
Honey, touch of brown sugar, crunchy clusters.
Any cardboard?
Cardboard, no. Delicious, yes.
We should give away free samples.
Get your free samples at fiberone.com.
The generation that swore it would never get old, didn't. Welcome to the summer of life. And now there's an official hair treatment of the summer of your life. New Touch of Gray from Just for Men. Lets you keep a little gray. Works gradually. Just comb in, rinse. Party on. Our contribution, your first box of Touch of Gray, free. Keep a little gray with New Touch of Gray.
Superstation WGN is now WGN America. It's not just TV, it's a lifestyle. So quit your job, sell the car, and get ready to plant yourself in front of the tube.
Do not quit your job or sell your car, and if you do, at least make sure you got a backup plan and or you get a good price for it. If you do plant yourself in front of the tube to watch the all-new WGN America, make sure you have plenty of snacks on hand because wild horses, fire and or laser shooting flying saucers will be able to tear you away from the awesome stuff I just mentioned. For real, you've been warned.
WGN America, TV you can't ignore.
Well, the Marlins are holding on to a 1-0 advantage as Anibal Sanchez has worked around 5 free passes here tonight. And it's Hanley Ramirez for the second time. He homered for the 27th time this year, his first time up. The Marlins have dropped 3 straight. The last 2 nights they've had just 4 hits in each game. They have 2 so far. Last night they had a single, a double, a triple, and a home run. It's been a week of the cycle. First time in team history the only 4 hits of a game resulted in a cycle. They've never had one player, though, to hit for the cycle. The last Cub to hit for the cycle was in the first year of the Marlins, 93, Mark Grace.
This would figure to be a good ballpark to hit for the cycle if you could get the home run. Not a very homer-friendly ballpark, but the big gaps in right and left center sure lend themselves well to extra base hits.
2-2. I'd love to see the list. I know it exists somewhere of what franchises do not have certain things like no-hitters. Like the Mets haven't thrown one. Don't think the Padres have, as Ramirez sends it deep to left, and it's going to be over Soriano. One hops the wall. Here comes the throw towards second. Ramirez goes in head first. The throw's a little bit off the mark. And he is halfway to that cycle with the home run and the double.
Was 2 for 8 lifetime against Sean Marshall coming into this game tonight, but he has squared up a couple of balls, one for a line drive home run, this for a line drive double off the wall in left field. He's obviously seeing Sean Marshall's deliveries very well tonight.
Here's Ross, who's struck out in the first.
And Ramirez always a threat to run. Normally you wouldn't expect him to try to steal third with nobody out in the inning. But you never know. He does some very unexpected things on the baseball field. Sean can be extremely slow to the plate with a runner at second base. He's got a fairly decent move to first base, but can be very slow when that runner's at second. You would expect at some point here early in the sequence to show that inside move to second base. That is one way you can hold a base stealer back there at second. There you go. Just to let him know you have it. That way he can't take off on your first movement. He has to make sure you're committed to throw the ball home before he can attempt to steal third base.
Sean has been just terrific this year in several different roles. To short, Ramirez back to second. As Terrio shoots it across to Darrell Ward. Sean Marshall's been the left-handed specialist. Got into the rotation with Z on the DL. And back to the bullpen. Now he's a starter again just for one night. Whatever you need me to do, Skip, I'll do.
He was able to pitch around that leadoff double by Dan Uggla in the second inning. See if he can do it again here in the third. And once again, I talked about it after the Uggla double, the at bat by Josh Willingham that resulted in Uggla staying at second base, and the same thing here. Ramirez with the leadoff double. Cody Ross makes an unproductive out, doesn't advance him to third base.
Ramirez runs to third. The throws in time. They got him. Henry Blanco nails him. And he's now 7 out of 16 on the year, throwing out base stealers. Been around 40% in his major league career, which is excellent.
It does a nice job clearing the batter. A right-handed hitter, and you're trying to throw the ball to third base. You've got to get around him somehow or throw it over him. And that time, Henry took a little step behind Cantu and just fired a rocket to Mark DeRosa.
Now, almost 41% in his career. Cantu strikes out, and Marshall gets out of this inning. After the leadoff double, gets some help from his catcher, Henry Blanco. Had a good look at Ramirez. Excellent throw to DeRosa. Still 1-0.
You can settle down. You can fire it up. You can tune it in. But it's still not summer until you bring it out. Introducing Bud Light Lime. It's the superior drinkability of Bud Light with a splash of 100% natural lime flavor. One taste and you'll find the summer state of mind. It's in the lime. Bud Light Lime.
What the?
You guys okay?
We're trapped, and there's 7 of us. There's no way we'll fit in there.
There's room for 8.
Oh, forget it. We have too many beverages.
There's like 12 cup holders in here.
But what about this bison?
That thing got my blood a-boiling.
That's probably just the seat warmer.
Seating for 8. Ride Ready. The new Pilot, only from Honda.
The men of TV are de-evolving from man of the house.
I am the king in my castle.
To man of the couch.
Haven't I heard of you?
You're not a cop, are you?
Just when you think it can't get any worse, these guys show up.
I'm Larry. This is my brother Daryl. That's my other brother Daryl.
Watch the men of classic TV go from sophisticated to sauced. Put your mind on rewind with Out of Sight Retro Night on WGN America. Keep your eyes here.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced nor retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
Six, 7, and 8 for the Cubs in the 4th inning. Trailing 1-0. Strike one on Kosuke. He was hitting 6th. The fastball was supposed to be on the inside part of the plate, and it drifted all the way outside. Pop foul straight back. And congratulations to James and Sheila Zinnicke on their wedding today in Peatone, Illinois. Bailed out and didn't swing. Sanchez with a 2-2, and we'll do it again. Let's see, congratulations to Jamie and Mindy Angelati. They were married on August 8th. And they're here. This is their honeymoon. Cubs and the Marlins this weekend. Sanchez very strong early on. He's given them most of the runs in the middle innings. That's where we are tonight. And he strikes out Kosuke to start the 4th.
Well, it's time for tonight's AT&T text poll question. This one's sure to get some responses. We ask you, what team has the worst stadium? Not a ballpark, a stadium, to watch a Major League Baseball game. Text A to 97999 for the Marlins. Text B for the Rays. C for the Twins. D for the Mets. And E for the Athletics. Text your response to 97999. We'll give you the results a little bit later in the game. This poll is brought to you by the new AT&T. See what's new with the new AT&T. Visit att.com for details.
You know, I have not seen a baseball game in Oakland at McAfee Coliseum.
You're not missing anything.
We've been by it many times. When we go to San Francisco, we fly out of Oakland. Called strike 3, 2 outs. DeRosa gone. The White Sox beat the A's 2-1 today. They lost last night. And a game-ending home run in the 9th. Kurt Suzuki was a pinch hit 2-run homer. When Henry Blanco joined the Cubs, his career batting average was .216. As a Cub, he has hit .251.
Let's go, Blue! Don't stop squeezing him!
Right now at .279. 2-0 pitch. Strike 1. You mentioned a possible wild pitch earlier. How about this note? Mariano Rivera last night had just his second wild pitch in 6 years. Brought in the game-winning run for Kansas City in the 9th.
I saw that pitch. It was one of those cut fastballs, and somehow he just held on to it too long. It hit about a foot out in front of home plate. Very, very rare to see him throw a wild pitch, obviously.
He started his career in 1995, 11 wild pitches in his career. That's deep left center for Henry Blanco out near the NL board. Gone! Keep hitting Henry. Third home run of the year for Henry Blanco. There's that offense.
Henry Blanco is the perfect backup catcher. His primary duty is to get his pitcher through a game and throw out attempted base stealers and occasionally lean on one like he does right here. The ball is smoked. I would have been content just to get Henry on base and get Sean Marshall to the plate this inning and roll the lineup over again, but that's even better.
Honestly, based on his career numbers, whatever you do get offensively is the icing on the cake. You give him an A+ for everything else he does.
Really, the only negative with Henry is the fact he's not a left-handed hitter. You know, that's what a lot of teams look for in a backup catcher, given the fact that their starting catcher's a right-hander. But everything else about his game has been great this year.
That was all or nothing in the inning. 3 strikeouts, but the number 8 hitter, Henry Blanco, takes it out over the NL board, 1-1.
How many years have you been lying to me? A total freak.
I've smoked pot.
You want a piece of me? Bring it on.
That is so reassuring, my little flower.
Excuse me?
There's no way to get me out of here now. Things are just getting good.
The generation that swore it would never get old, didn't. Welcome to the summer of life. And now there's an official hair treatment of the summer of your life. New Touch of Gray from Just for Men. Lets you keep a little gray. Works gradually. Just comb in, rinse. Party on. Our contribution, your first box of Touch of Gray, free. Keep a little gray with New Touch of Gray.
From the very first moment we arrive, we're on the move. And we don't want anything, ever, to slow us down. So it's surprising that 80% of women aren't getting enough calcium. But thankfully, with over 25 great flavors like strawberry cheesecake and blackberry harvest, Yoplait gives you 20% of your daily calcium and vitamin D in every cup. Yoplait, it is so good.
Remember when TV was good, decent, and wholesome? Remember when sitcoms had integrity?
All right, get up!
And a good moral message?
Wow! Look what I'm doing with teenage boys!
We're bringing it all back.
You want to go to the moon? Do you want to go to the moon?
You don't have to be classy.
I'm Larry. This is my brother Daryl. That's my other brother Daryl.
To be classic. Sunday night is Out of Sight Retro Night on WGN America. Keep your eyes here.
2008 Chicago Cubs baseball on WGN Sports. Your official summer baseball station is brought to you by Bud Light Lime. The superior drinkability of Bud Light with a splash of 100% natural lime. Bud Light keeps it coming.
Well, every night we say, who's it going to be tonight? It was Darrell Ward last night. And Henry Blanco tonight tying it up with a home run. Mike Jacobs takes ball one. Well, Sean Marshall's been really efficient to this point. That was his 43rd pitch as he starts the bottom of the fourth. And Jacobs went around, according to Bill Miller. 1-1.
1-0 pitch. He throws a little breaking ball on the outside part of the plate down near the dirt, and yes, indeed, he did go.
By the way, speaking of Mariano Rivera, 2 scoreless innings today in relief to help out the Yankees. They stretched it out to 13. They beat the Royals 3-2. How about Tom Glavine back on the disabled list because of the left elbow? He's been shut down for the season. And there's no guarantee he'll pitch again. His last 2 starts were against the Cubs. Golfed high in the air out into right center for Koske. And he has it.
Hey, Len, Smash Mouth is playing over at our neighbors on Friday night. The Cubby Bear Wrigleyville at the corner of Clark and Addison is the venue for what should be a great night of music. Tickets are available now at Ticketmaster.com or by phone at 312-559-1212 or at the Cubby Bear Wrigleyville. Smash Mouth.
There's a flare that's caught by Mike Fontenot. I guess that youngster's not into rock and roll just yet, but he will be at some point. 2 down in the inning. Now you said it, Sean Marshall in the second and then in the third worked around a leadoff double both innings. And that looks pretty big right now as his battery mate came back to tie it with a home run in the top of this inning.
And both times after the leadoff double, the next Marlins hitter hit a ground ball to the left side, which obviously did not advance the runner onto third base. I talked about it earlier. You whine and moan and complain about a lack of batting average with runners in scoring position when all you really need sometimes is a productive out to move that runner to third base with 1 out in the inning. I'll tell you, for me, Len, it's amazing that the Marlins are where they are going into play tonight, only 3.5 games behind the Mets in that National League East, considering 12th in the National League in batting, 13th in ERA, and dead last in fielding. I don't know if there's ever been a team that has ranked that low in those categories that's been this much in a race this late in the season.
And I think the one thing Freddie Gonzalez probably looks at the most is having Josh Johnson and Anibal Sanchez back in their rotation. I'm sure that gives them some hope. And I'll tell you, they're 1 good week away from being in first place. And maybe 1 bad week for the Phillies and the Mets. But the Mets are leading tonight at Pittsburgh in the bottom of the 5th. It's 4-0. Phillies are in San Diego later tonight. Jamie Moyer beat Greg Maddux last night 1-0. Willingham strikes out. Sean Marshall's been strong tonight. We're 1-1 through 4.
I like the the ad says. There's hardwood floors throughout.
Nice.
Hey, you want a Bud Light?
Sure. Thanks.
Thank you. By splitting the rent, there's more money for Bud Light.
Great.
Ready to see your room?
Yeah.
Hey, Ruiz, say hi to Brian.
The thing is,
make yourself at home.
Endless refreshment from start to finish. Bud Light keeps it coming.
That chili is not sitting well.
Now remember, Dad, you can take a picture, crop it, and post it to the web, all right?
And Mom, it's called a Bluetooth headset. It's built right in, okay?
And if you have any trouble at all, call us.
You know, or text.
Bye.
Bye.
I'm so proud of them.
Get your family ready for back to school with the network. Get cool LG exclusives like the Voyager for just $99.99, our lowest price ever, from America's most reliable network, Verizon Wireless.
So, Kate, why are you an Esurance customer?
Esurance is the only auto insurance that makes me feel animated. My life is kind of busy. Sometimes it's hard to find what I need, like my insurance cards.
With Esurance, there's no more paperwork.
Everything's online, where it's easy to find. That means Esurance customers like me save a lot of paper, which also helps our environment.
Get your fast, free online quote today.
Get animated about your auto insurance with Esurance.
WGN America, your summertime home for baseball. Sunday, the Cubs look to shine under the South Florida sun. Cubs, Marlins, Sunday on WGN America.
Ball 1 to Alfonso Soriano as we're underway in the 5th. Each team with a home run. Ramirez for Florida, Blanco for the Cubs. Fonzie's been on both times, a walk and a double. He was picked off in the opening inning. He reached third on a throwing error on a pickoff attempt in the 3rd. And he was stranded there. Maybe a little bit high, 2-1. Soriano hitting .313 with 7 homers, 7 doubles, 18 runs, 19 RBIs. Since coming off the DL, it's deep to right, but playable for Hermida, backing onto the warning track. Let's take a look at our upcoming WGN-produced baseball schedule in high definition, sponsored by Comcast. Tomorrow morning, we'll be on the air for the series finale. Special road leadoff man starting at 11:30 Central Time. Tuesday night, the Sox will host the Mariners at 7 on WCIU Channel 26. We're back on WGN Sports. Game 2 against the Reds Wednesday night at 7. Fouled by Terrio.
We've seen Terrio take some big swings tonight. He's been quiet through his first 2 at-bats, flied out to center, and then struck out in the 3rd. That's a very uncharacteristic swing for Ryan Terrio. We talk about it all the time. His normal swing is to punch that ball into right field, let it get deep into the strike zone before attacking, but really coming out of his shoes here against Sanchez.
Skip to Ugla. 2 outs. Now just to underscore Florida trying to hang in this thing. Since Sanchez jumped back into their rotation on the final day of July, there's Mark Hendrickson, a left-hander, up in their bullpen. The Florida starters have gone 6-6, but their ERA about 3.5, 3.55. Overall, as a staff, the Marlins are at 448, 12th in the National League. But they've been a lot better lately. And I think because of that occasional shaky defense that you mentioned, the all-or-nothing offense, they're going to need excellent pitching to stay around. And Sanchez has done that tonight. Locked into a duel here with Sean Marshall. It's 1-1.
WGN America. TV you can't ignore.
Hey, look, I know your fancy little gizmo here is going to tell you to take the highway because it seems faster, but trust me, I've been doing this a long time, and I got a little shortcut. The next light, you're going to want to take a left. Okay, but here's the part no one knows. You're going to want to take the second left. But you can't go straight this time of day, so you're going to want to...
They're right. Park Street.
Park Street is...
Is that a new suit?
With its exclusive IQ routes, the new TomTom Go uses real drive times to calculate the fastest route. TomTom, go confidently.
Come on, sweetie, we're here.
Send money over the phone with Western Union.
So, money got there fast?
Yeah, before the repairs were even finished. Hey, thanks again.
You bet.
Western Union, 1-800-CALL-CASH. Send money today.
What are you doing? Fixing the name. It's fiber none. Looks like one. Well, I know. Put an N there.
Ah, Fiber One Honey Cluster cereal. That's really good.
It tastes good, so there can't be fiber in it.
It's actually got about half a day's worth of fiber.
It says so right in the box. Really? Try it.
Honey, touch of brown sugar, crunchy clusters.
Any cardboard?
Cardboard, no. Delicious, yes.
We should give away free samples.
Get your free samples at fiberone.com.
Hi, welcome to Progressive.com. How can I help you?
Well, I haven't shopped for car insurance in a while.
And you're worried that you've been paying too much, right?
Yeah. So how can I know I'm getting a good deal?
We can compare your Progressive Direct rate with other top companies.
Wow. Seriously?
Yeah. Look at the deal we just got him.
That's a new pair of shoes.
Yeah, or a big tricked out name tag.
Making sure you get a great deal. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
A 1-1 tie. Cubs snapped their long losing streak in the state of Florida. They had lost 9 in a row here before winning last night. It was Lou Piniella's first win as a Cubs manager in his home state. And the 1-0 from Marshall to Hermida. Called a strike. The next one, bounded foul. Hermida was a first-round pick in 2002, born in Atlanta, Georgia. He had signed a letter of intent to attend Clemson. There have been some Paul O'Neill comparisons, and he was said to have the best high school bat since Eric Chavez when he was drafted. Able to hold up 2-2.
That big breaking ball from a lefty, however, is the great equalizer.
He says he's taken a little bit from Chipper Jones and Sean Green. He was a natural righty, but his dad taught him to hit left-handed when he was 4. How about this? He started to hit with a wooden bat when he was 13, while everybody else around him his age had aluminum. Slightly open stance as he takes the 3-2 pitch for a leadoff walk. Tonight's Honda Accord game summary. Visit your Honda dealer. Test drive the all-new 268 horsepower Accord V6. 2 big swings tonight. Henry Blanco tying it up with a solo home run after Hanley Ramirez led off the bottom of the first with a blast. Other than that, the starting pitchers have been the story. Sanchez has gotten it done in spite of 5 walks.
Sean Marshall, that's his first walk of the ball game. He's been able to pitch around 2 leadoff doubles in this game so far. See if he can pitch around that leadoff walk.
Sean's just trying to pick up where he left off as a starter. He's been in the bullpen since early July. But he went 6 innings, gave up 1 run as he beat the Cardinals on July 6th in St. Louis. pitchers next. Sanchez. We saw Hendrickson up earlier. Pitch count for Sanchez at 91. I'm sure Freddie Gonzalez has a pinch hitter ready just in case, depending on what happens in this at bat. Topper to third. Nice play on the short hop by DeRosa. Kind of goes like a sac bunt. Sanchez is going to come up with a runner at second and 1 out.
The only play Mark DeRosa had was to go across the diamond there for the out at first base. A little topper hit down the third base line. Like you said, for all intent and purposes, it works out like a sacrifice bunt. Marlins have a runner in scoring position. I'm a little surprised to see Sanchez take this at bat. Marlins have struggled to score runs recently. They haven't had a lot of opportunities in this game, and the opportunities they've had, they've let get away.
Just got a piece of it. DeRosa was in on the grass. Now he backs up a few steps.
Sometimes the depth with which that third baseman plays is dependent on how good of a fielder you have on the mound on a given night. They know that Carlos Zambrano, Ryan Dempster, Ted Lilly all get off the mound very quickly to field their position. Sean Marshall's a little more deliberate, so Mark DeRosa was playing in even with the baseline just in case Sanchez thought about bunting, and now has backed up into a deeper position.
And he flails at strike three. Well, we have a chance. Let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN.
Love to laugh? So do we. Sunday, we're rewinding your mind with 3 comedy classics. WKRP in Cincinnati, Newhart, and The Honeymooners. Only on WGN America.
Long walk to the mound for Sweet Lou with Hanley Ramirez coming to the plate. This is a strategic discussion.
Well, for me personally, it wouldn't even have been a discussion. You just hold up 4 fingers, you put Ramirez on first base, and take your chances with Cody Ross in the on-deck circle.
Hey, Cubs fans, we want to remind you that you can get official Cubs text and video alerts on your mobile phone. Text Get Cubs to 65246.
Number 2, shortstop, Hanley Ramirez.
And they will walk Ramirez for the 4th time in the series.
He's squared up Sean Marshall twice already in this ballgame. No reason to give him another opportunity with the runner in scoring position.
This will be the first time intentionally in the set. There's Ross on deck.
Hey fans, we invite you to visit the official online shop of the Chicago Cubs at Cubs.com. Browse the largest selection of authentic team gear, including clubhouse caps and t-shirts, jerseys, collectibles, and more. Get your team gear straight from the source. Check out the Cubs.com shop today.
So Samardzija now getting loose. Marshall nearing 70 pitches. Cody Ross is 0 for 2. Here we go. Base hit right field. Hermida trying to score. Could be a play at the plate. Throw by Kosuke. A little bit late. Knocked down by Henry. So Hermida scores the go-ahead run for the Marlins. It's 2-1.
Pitch up and out over the plate. Nice piece of hitting by Cody Ross to stay on it and drive it into right field. looks at it as a challenge when you walk the guy ahead of you in the lineup, but got to make a better pitch than that.
And they'll now walk Cantu and go after the left-handed swinging Mike Jacobs. Well, the Cubs are saying here in this inning, if somebody's going to beat us, it's not going to be their two stars.
Like Sean Marshall was just trying to get ahead in the count there. Look at the location of that pitch, up and out over the plate. Henry Blanco wanted it inside. Cody Ross fights it off to right field for an RBI base hit.
I say two stars. They're superstars, a leadoff guy. Cantu has been a Hall of Famer against the Cubs this year. He's come up with a lot of big hits. So they'll go lefty versus lefty instead with the bases loaded.
This is probably Sean Marshall's last hitter one way or the other. If he does not retire Jacobs, I'm sure we'll see Shamarja to face Dan Uggla.
Marshall wants a new baseball. All St. Louis tonight in Cincinnati at Great American Ballpark. 9-1 as they play the top of the fifth. Cardinals are in third, 7.5 out. Only two back of Milwaukee in the wild card. 1-1. Astros had their 8-game winning streak snapped last night. They were beaten by Brandon Webb, who got his 18th win, and they trail again tonight 7-1. Arizona bottom 5. This will be the 76th pitch of the night for Marshall. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Looking on along with Alan Trammell as Marshall tries to get out of this inning with no further damage. The kick and the 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, tied his career high with that strikeout, number 8. But Cody Ross with the RBI single, and it's now 2-1 Marlins.
How many years have you been lying to me? A total freak.
I've smoked pot.
You want a piece of me? Bring it on.
That is so reassuring, my little flower.
Excuse me?
There's no way to get me out of here now. Things are just getting good.
The generation that swore it would never get old, didn't. Welcome to the summer of life. And now there's an official hair treatment of the summer of your life. New Touch of Gray from Just for Men. Lets you keep a little gray. Works gradually. Just comb in, rinse. Party on. Our contribution, your first box of Touch of Gray, free. Keep a little gray with New Touch of Gray.
What the? You guys okay?
We're trapped, and there's 7 of us. There's no way we'll fit in there.
There's room for 8.
Oh, forget it. We have too many beverages.
There's like 12 cup holders in here.
But what about this bison? That thing got my blood a-boiling.
That's probably just the seat warmer.
Seating for 8. Ride Ready. The new Pilot, only from Honda.
Next, Reno 911. Dangle is leaving to service another department.
I've been promoted.
But whoever takes his spot...
No, that's not going to happen.
...will have some small shorts to fill.
Poor Jim has been here a long time in those plum smugglers.
Never actually kicked a block home.
Reno 911. Tonight at 11:30 East, 8:30 West on WGN America.
Well, Sean Marshall's given up 2 runs through 5. But Anibal Sanchez has really quieted what had been a very hot Cubs offense. But it's still fairly early as Darrell Ward rips it foul into the Marlin bullpen. Lefty Mark Hendrickson continues to throw. And you have Ward, Fontenot, and Fukudome in this inning. So all left-handed hitters. And all the lefties in the lineup. Cubs with 2 hits, both from righties, although he has walked all 4 lefties. 1 time. Edmonds, Ward, Fontenot, and Fukudome. A little bit away. 1-2. Ryan Dempster and Chris Volstad tomorrow. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
Here's tonight's Too Much Good Stuff, brought to you by AM/PM. Sean Marshall, for the 3rd time in his career, strikes out 8 opposing batters, tying his high. Got a real good breaking ball through the early going. His command was pretty good, with the exception of the pitch to Cody Ross that drove in a run there in the 5th inning. Too much good stuff, Sean Marshall. Thank you, AM/PM.
Notice all the curveballs.
Yep.
And it working as Fontenot finds the alley. It'll be cut off by Hermida. There's that first hit from a lefty. And Freddie Gonzalez heading out, probably going to make a change with Kosuke coming up. Well, we have a chance, another look at tonight's AT&T text poll question. Last chance to vote for which team's stadium the worst to watch a Major League Baseball game. That will be it for the starter, Sanchez. Mark Hendrickson coming on, and we'll be back.
Join the Night Watchman as he secures the fortress in an ongoing quest to keep it safe from mediocre television. Travel deep down to the movie underground to screen another movie mind fresh from the vaults. Next Friday, we got Spike Lee's take on the Son of Sam murders of New York in the steaming hot thriller, Summer of Sam.
The Son of Sam.
Enter the movie underground next Friday night at 8 East 5 West, right here on WGN America.
That ball's gone. A home run. Sox win. Sox win. Yes. Cubs win. They win it. Oh,
baby. How many years have you been lying to me?
A total freak.
Yeah, your freak brother.
I want you to know that I've smoked pot.
When were you going to tell me this?
You want a piece of me? Bring it on.
That is so reassuring, my little flower. Here's a joint.
Guaranteed to knock you on your butt.
Excuse me?
There's no way to get me out of here now. Things are just getting good.
Time for tonight's Cubs legendary moment, brought to you by the all-new Horseshoe Casino. May 9th, 1993, Wrigley Field. Mark Grace rides the cycle, and Harry Carey calling it as only he could.
Cycle, a single, a double, a triple, and a homer. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, do.
Gracie did it in order: single, double, triple, and then a home run. Tonight's Cubs legendary moment brought to you by the all-new Horseshoe Casino. The all-new Horseshoe Casino, where entertainment knows no bounds. I don't know who's going to win the game, but the Marlins so far taking the title of tallest left-handed pitcher in the game. Sean Marshall is at 6'7". Mark Hendrickson, a couple of inches taller than that, 6'9", 240. He was their opening day starter. Faces Kosuke. Well, let's get in the head of Freddie Gonzalez here for a second as Bob Howry loosens in the Cubs pen. With all these lefties in a row, if you're going to drop your left-handed reliever in, do you try to find the guy who you think Lou won't pinch hit for?
Absolutely. I mean, I think if the leadoff man, Darrell Ward, had reached base, we'd have probably seen Hendrickson to face Fontenot. Yeah, but no question, of the four lefties lined up in a row, we've seen Lou hit Reed Johnson for Jim Edmonds before. We've seen Darrell Ward get pinch hit before when he's had some rare starts, and we've certainly seen Mike Fontenot get pinch hit for, but rarely does Kosuke get taken down for a pinch hitter, even when the other team goes to a lefty.
He was asking Jerry Meals, did you call it a strike on the pitch, or did I not pull the bat back in time? I'm not sure what Meals told him. But here's the 0-2. It's in the dirt. Trainer over there quickly to get it.
I mean, Luke could certainly drop any one of his right-handed bats in there for Fukudome right now if he wanted to, but Kosuke's his best defender in right field. Jerry Meals now just stalling for a little time. That ball got a pretty good chunk of Matt Trainer behind the plate as a courtesy to the brothers in armor, just giving him a little extra time to regroup.
A 1-2 pitch hit hard but foul. Quick feet by Matt Sinatro. Tell you, Matt's lost some weight. He looks great. Long look by Hendrickson. Here he comes to the plate. 2-2. Liner the other way. Willingham maybe battled the lights a little bit.
That's pretty good at bat by Kosuke against a tough left-hander. Just a rocket line drive to left field, unfortunately slicing back toward Willingham out there in left field. He's able to make that catch, as you said, battling the lights here at Dolphin Stadium. Ballpark not built for baseball. The lights are positioned poorly on the top of the stadium here, and it's really tough for the outfielders on those line drives.
The other thing, and I don't know if it's going to bother anybody, but you see below the upper deck, a lot of ballparks have added this. There's kind of that scoreboard with all kinds of stuff, out-of-town scores, logos. It goes all the way around the park. So they have that in Arizona. And the line score as well. Very colorful. You have the orange and teal seats. Dolphin Stadium. It's had a few different names in its existence. Joe Robbie, pro player, and now Dolphin. Ouch. Mark will walk it off.
It seems to me like Mark DeRosa was wearing an ankle guard in the ball game last night. He probably wishes he had it on right now. That one got him up above the ankle and the inside of the left shin. Jerry Meals giving Mark DeRosa an opportunity to regroup before this at-bat continues.
Hendrickson with an 0-2 inside. And the Marlins are planning on, it's been a long haul. They'd like to be in their retractable roof ballpark where the Orange Bowl is located south of here, possibly by 2011. The lease runs out here after 2010. Owner Jeffrey Loria with a colorful shirt on, fitting the theme. The next pitch, and DeRosa will head down to first, but he'll be thrown out by Trainer after striking out. So Hendrickson retires the two batters he faced, and it's still 2-1 Florida.
Every hospital has its regulations.
That scavenger is a health risk.
I had him stuffed. Wow, that was impressive.
Next Scrub. Tonight at 11.
So you're looking to lower your cholesterol. Well, you're not alone, because millions of Americans are. So Cheerios gave away 1 million bowls of cereal. Why? Because Cheerios can help lower your cholesterol 4% in 6 weeks. Not long at all. Just 6 weeks. So join the challenge and get $6 in coupons at CheeriosChallenge.com.
Last year, Expedia booked over 25 million trips worldwide. More trips than any other travel site. That gives you the power to get the best deal on the one trip that really matters. Yours. Expedia.com. And right now, you can get our best hotel deals yet. It's the Expedia half-off hotels sale. Get up to 50% off hotels, plus get $75 for free gas.
Going for it, 2008.
This is my year. I'm not going home without it.
I've been dreaming about it since I was a kid.
The perfect chicken sandwich.
Introducing McDonald's new Southern-style chicken sandwich. It's perfectly seasoned.
It's juicy.
It's just how I like it.
All white meat chicken served warm with pickles on a steamed, buttery-tasting bun.
Why you settle for silver?
When you can get gold.
Reno 911. Tonight at 11:30 East, 8:30 West on WGN America. Keep your eyes here.
Time to see how you voted on tonight's AT&T text poll question. We asked what team has the worst stadium to watch a Major League Baseball game, and you believe it's right here in South Florida, the Marlins.
Did Ron Santo vote?
I'm pretty sure I know who he voted for.
Only 8% for Shea Stadium, which will go by the boards at the end of the season.
See what's new at the new AT&T. Visit AT&T.com for details.
So here's the struggling Bob Howry, pitching with his team down only a run. We were talking to Lou the other day, and Lou has been impressed with the way Bob Howry has handled this. Obviously, everybody wants him to pitch better, but he's been a total pro about it, has not made any excuses. And the Cubs really would like him to be a big part of that late inning mix as we get down the stretch, as he has been as a Cub in previous years. But here's a great quote from him in the Chicago Tribune. He said, quote, "You can't control when you pitch. You can just control what you do when you go out there." So he hasn't complained a bit about being demoted maybe out of bigger spots. He just has not been able to keep the ball in the ballpark. That's been his biggest problem, and more specifically the location of his fastball.
You saw the numbers as he came into the game here today. 57 innings pitched, 72 base hits. You'd like to see that number cut down a little bit. 46 strikeouts against only 8 walks. I never thought I'd say this about a pitcher, but maybe he's throwing too many strikes.
The 1-2. Dan Ugla, I think, broke his bat. And Soriano will catch it right near the track.
Hitters around baseball, and when they face a pitcher who every now and then whistles one up underneath their chin or bounces one down near their feet on occasion and then gets right back into the strike zone, those are the kind of guys that you usually don't square up with regularity. But if you're facing a pitcher that's always in the strike zone or right at the corners of the strike zone, hitters are going to be a little more aggressive, knowing that you're not effectively wild. You have great command.
It's a more comfortable at bat.
Yeah.
And he's given up 12 home runs. That's already a career high. He had given up 11 as a member of the White Sox in 2001. The 1-0 pitch to Josh Willingham is a strike. On the fastball, velocity has not been a concern. That one at 92. The records don't mean a whole lot in his role, but the earned run average was a lot better at this time last year. It finished at 332, so it got even better at the end of 2007. The other part of it, Bob, could be, and Bob Howery would never complain about this, but you look at his appearances over the last several years, and Scott Air would be in that boat as well. I mean, they both pitched a lot.
It's kind of a double-edged sword. In close games, you want to go with your most effective relief pitchers, and over the last couple of years, that's been Scott Air and Bob Howery, but at some point, it starts to take its toll.
Going back to 05 with Cleveland, 79 appearances and 84, 78. And this year, this is his 58.
And as you said, Bob would never use that as an excuse. I mean, that's what he's trained to do. That's what he does. He's a setup guy out of the bullpen. He's going to pitch in a lot of ball games. He's going to pitch in a lot of close ball games. But just like a starting pitcher, he's trained to go 125 or 130 pitches every 5th day. Bob Howery's body is trained to go out there and pitch 3, maybe 4 days a week with command. Limited number of pitches in each one of those outings. He just hasn't had the fine command of that fastball that he's featured in the past.
Logan Kinsing, a right-hander in the Marlins bullpen. And that's why handling a bullpen is pretty tricky. And they've kept a very close watch on Kerry Wood and Carlos Marmol in particular. And now rookie Jeff Samardzija. Check swing foul as this at bat continues. And again, it is that fine line. Guys like to work regularly. You don't want to sit too long, but you don't want to overwork them. Another 3-2 pitch and another foul. coming in. Terrio shoos him away, makes a catch. Time now to have a ball with our friends at the Illinois Lottery. The Elvis impersonator was replaced tonight by Billy the Marlin and Little Billy.
Big mosquito and a little mosquito.
So Billy was upstaged a little bit by Little Billy. Tonight's Have a Ball thanks to the Illinois Lottery. They have the manatees here. Some men who dance in between innings. They have the mermaids. Howery's 1-0. That's a strike. 1-1. The mermaids, the Marlins cheerleaders, dance squad. She was saying, you know, Bob Howery's slider's been better lately.
You think? She was probably thinking right, then left, then right, then left.
The 2-1. Now 3 balls and a strike on Hermida. I don't know if we've seen the manatees dancing tonight. They were out here last night.
They were out here last night in fine form.
There's ball 4, and that gets away from Henry. And actually the bat boy, I think, picked up the ball. Accidentally. As Neil Kotz will grab a baseball in the Cubs bullpen. So Hermida's been on all 3 times, hit by a pitch, and he has walked twice.
Sneaking up on that pitcher spot with 2 outs in the inning. I'm sure that's with an eye towards possibly Luis Gonzalez coming off the bench as a pinch hitter.
Slider strike on Trainer. Here's Gonzo. Swinging that big stick. Now he has the bat with the big donut. Pause by Howery before the 1-1, and it's lifted foul out of play. Deep breath by the pitcher. Now the 1-2 pitch. Cued off the end of the bat. Kick saved by Andy Fox.
Andy Fox was good at getting in the way of the baseball during his playing career. He mastered that art of leaning away from home plate with his upper body while sticking his knee out into the middle of the strike zone and taking his base.
Well, we're both big fans of Andy Fox.
Oh, yeah.
We've known him for a long time. Cleanest locker in Major League history. Popped him up. This is DeRosa, and the inning is over. Bob Howery with a scoreless 6th. Still 2-1 Marlins.
Chicago Cubs baseball is brought to you by Pepsi. Every sip gets you closer.
You just randomly up the What was that?
It's nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing at all.
Every sip gets you closer to clothing, vacations, millions of songs from Amazon MP3, and more. Sign up at PepsiStuff.com.
Goodbye, Mr. Made Up of Different Stuff guy.
Introducing Turbo HD by Dish Network. The only 100% HD service, featuring 1080p VOD and the best HD DVR. Packages start at just $24.99 a month. Turbo HD by Dish Network.
I can't believe I'm beating Billie Jean King.
You're not beating me. In fact, you haven't even got a serve in.
Okay. You might want to take a gander at the scoreboard. Whoa. What's with the Geico sign, Billie Jean? They're sponsoring all this. I get it. I quit, but I get it. Oh, look at that's hilarious.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Time for tonight's Bud Light Fan Camp. Great track by Mike Doty, 27 Jennifers.
Jennifers, 16 Jens, 10 Jennies, and then there was her. Yeah. You might be the one that I've been seeking.
I think we've shown about 22 of the 27 Jennifers from Mike Doty's release entitled Golden Delicious. Tonight's Bud Light Fan Camp. Bud Light keeps it coming. That's a great track. Right-hander Logan Kensing is on as Henry Blanco tied the game his last time up. He'll lead off the 7th, and if he can get a hold of one, he can tie it up again.
High walk total for Kensing coming in out of the bullpen for Freddie Gonzalez.
And that's a souvenir. Nissan drive tonight. Henry's 3rd home run of the year. Only run Anibal Sanchez gave up in his 5 1/3. That's our Nissan drive of the game. Carlos Zambrano's on deck. The bat for Howard. Ross headed in, and he squeezes the first out. So here's Big Z pinch hitting.
Carlos Zambrano pinch hitting.
Bob, we mentioned all righties available off the bench. Lou's going to go with the switch hitter, who has a 6-game hitting streak. That's a career best.
He likes hitting in this ballpark. 5 for 11 lifetime. Driven in 3 runs.
Breaking ball is too low. Hasn't been able to mix in a walk as he swings and misses. But he's hit for a ton of power. One pitch. Look out. Scalded just above the Cubs dugout. So we'll see some margin next, the bottom of the 7th. A bouncer down the first base line, and they let it go foul.
We are always a little concerned on that chopper like that because you know Carlos is going to try to leg it out for an infield hit. I don't know how loose he is coming off the bench. Kensing decides to let it roll foul rather than attempt some kind of a shovel toss on the first base there. Gives Zambrano new life here. At least one more hack at it.
We start to take it for granted because we see him every day, but he is a big man. He is really put together. I know Kensing didn't want to stick his head in there as he was coming by him. Big swing and a miss. He strikes out.
Another fastball up. Carlos chased one earlier in the sequence. Kensing comes right back with a 93-mile-an-hour heater up above the letters. Don't do it.
Soriano certainly could tie it with one swing. His trainer's going to go out and chat with his pitcher. While we have a moment, let's step aside and see what's coming up on WGN.
WGN America, your home for summertime baseball. Keep your eyes here.
Soriano singles into center to keep the inning alive. His second hit tonight. Bob, you go back 4 years, September of '04, and Logan Kensing made the jump from single A all the way to the majors because the Marlins had a pitching shortage resulting from a very cramped schedule after Hurricane Francis. So he made his debut at Wrigley Field, and the Cubs knocked him around. 11-2 was the final. In that first stint in the majors, 5 appearances, 3 starts, a .988 earned run average. In his first 3 starts, he gave up home runs to Moises Alou, who was with the Cubs at the time, Aramis Ramirez, Chipper Jones, Mike Lieberthal, Jason Michaels. In his first 11 2/3 major league innings, he allowed as many homers as he had in 127 2/3 in the Florida State League that year. A 1-0 to Terrio. Well, good play by Trainer. He went a long way to get that pitch.
Can't tell you what a great play that was by the Florida Marlins catcher. He got way over in that left-handed batter's box. This pitch is headed for the backstop. You could see because of the rotation on that slider, though, it helped Trainer a little bit. That ball hit the dirt and came back toward home plate just enough that he was able to get a piece of it and knock it down. See the Ryan shoot one through that hole on the right side.
Soriano runs. Here's a throw by Trainer. It's late. Steal for Alfonso, and it's 3-0 on Terrio. Tying run now at second.
Good jump by Soriano. Poor throw from Trainer. It short hops into second base, and when it does that, the infielder invariably comes up with the ball and then has to go back down with the tag. There's the up and then back down, and by then Soriano's underneath with a stolen base.
So Soriano's now 12 out of 13 in steals. He was picked off in the first inning. That's ball 4.
comes an interesting decision for Freddie Gonzalez. He does have a lefty warming up in the bullpen as Jim Edmonds makes his way to the plate. And I'm sure he's fully aware of all those righties that Lou Piniella has available.
Veteran Arthur Rhodes is coming on for the Marlins. First and second, the Cubs with a chance here. We'll be back.
Like the ad says, there's hardwood floors throughout.
Nice.
Hey, you want a Bud Light?
Sure. Thanks.
Thank you. Less splitting the rent, there's more money for Bud Light.
Great.
Ready to see your room?
Yeah.
Hey, Ruiz, say hi to Brian.
The thing is,
make yourself at home.
Endless refreshment from start to finish. Bud Light keeps it coming.
That chili is not sitting well.
That's me, Dr. John Dorian. My friends call me JD.
Look what I confiscated from one of the kids in pediatrics.
Ow!
What, too hot?
Yeah! I'm an intern at a hospital that could use a little therapy.
They're doing a breast reduction on 3, and I want to get up there and try and stop it.
In fact, sometimes things around here are so strange, they can make a TV show about it.
There's no beer.
Oh, we had a few.
Newsflash, you can't drink and then come to work. You're not airline pilots.
They could call it Scrubs. I'm no Superman. Nah, my job is right here.
Sorry, if that gets infected, I'm a doctor.
Saving lives at Sacred Heart. Is anybody else a doctor? What's going on down there?
Scrubs, 7 nights a week at 11 East, 8 West.
Alfredo Meziga is going to come in and play center and bat ninth. And Cody Ross will go to right. And it'll be Reed Johnson to bat for Jim Edmonds against left-hander Arthur Rhodes, who was acquired from Seattle at the non-waiver deadline. He was ejected from what ended up being his final game with Seattle on July 30th.
This is an easy move. Reed Johnson hits for Jim Edmonds. Will take over in center field, I'm sure. Darrell Ward in the on-deck circle, another left-handed hitter. And Derek Lee, 2 for 2 lifetime against Arthur Rhodes with 2 home runs. So should Reed Johnson reach somehow, I'm sure we'll see Derek Lee.
Way inside on Reed. I'll tell you, you brought it up last night. Said, looks like Reed's standing a little bit farther off home plate, and he agreed. He said that is on purpose. He felt he had been swinging at too many pitches off the plate outside. If he had been where he was before this, he probably would have gotten hit by that pitch. You can really see it. He figures if he swings, as he did go around, that's a big swing pitch. Instead of 2-0, it's 1-1. He figures now anything he can reach would be in the strike zone, as before he felt like he was swinging at stuff that was not in the zone.
It definitely does change your perspective as a hitter, though. When you scoot off the plate a little bit further, you tend to lose that outside corner. He's been so locked into his strike zone this year.
The 1-1 is hit foul. Derek Lee with the batting gloves and the helmet on. Darrell Ward's on deck right now. Arthur Rhodes is 38 years old. He's been around for a long time. Drafted 20 years ago by the Orioles. 1988 second-round pick. 1-2 pitch into center base hit. They're going to try to score Soriano. Nope. Mike Quaddy's going to hold him. As Meziga got it back in to Trainer. So they're loaded up.
And the Marlins just now got a right-hander up in the bullpen as Derek Lee will pinch hit for Darrell Ward. Just a smoked single up the middle of the field. Actually hit it too hard. Ball got to Amezaga quickly. Mike Quade had no choice but to throw it to stop sign for Soriano at third. Soriano did what you're supposed to do as a runner. Go hard, come around the bag until you see the stop sign. He was expecting to score, but Mike Quade had a real good look at the play and held him up.
It's Matt Lindstrom we saw last night. And now Matt Trainor's going to go out and try to waste some time. Lindstrom worked a 1-2-3-8 in game one, and Jerry Niels is headed out to try to break this up.
Derek Lee's first at bat this season off the bench. Mentioned the numbers against Arthur Rhodes, about as good as you can possibly get. 2 for 2 with 2 bombs.
Here comes Freddie.
Be ready to go, but if he is, Lindstrom is one guy that can warm up in a hurry. He didn't even begin to throw until Reed Johnson, the last pitch of Reed Johnson's at bat, when he singled into center field.
So he makes the call. Bases loaded, don't go anywhere. 2-1.
Superstation WGN is now WGN America. It's not just TV, it's a lifestyle. So quit your job, sell the car, and get ready to plant yourself in front of the tube.
Do not quit your job or sell your car, and if you do, at least make sure you got a backup plan and or you get a good price for it. If you do plant yourself in front of the tube to watch the all-new WGN America, make sure you have plenty of snacks on hand because wild horses, fire, and or laser shooting flying saucers will be able to tear you away from the awesome stuff I just mentioned. For real, you've been warned.
WGN America, TV you can't ignore. Join the Night Watchman as he secures the fortress in an ongoing quest to keep it safe from mediocre television. Travel deep down to the movie underground to screen another movie mind fresh from the vaults. Next Friday, we got Spike Lee's take on the Son of Sam murders of New York in the steaming hot thriller, Summer of Sam.
The Son of Sam.
Enter the movie underground next Friday night at 8 East 5 West, right here on WGN America.
Somebody. You just randomly out there.
You were so jealous. What was that?
It's nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing at all.
Every sip gets you closer to clothing, vacations, millions of songs from Amazon MP3 and more. Sign up at PepsiStuff.com.
Goodbye, Mr. Made Up of Different Stuff guy.
Here's right-hander Matt Lindstrom to face Derek Lee. As you said, pinch hitting's not something he's done a whole lot. 43 career at-bats in the pinch. A 186 average, 3 home runs. And he's sitting on 1,499 career hits. So 1 away from 1,500. Set the seed for you. Soriano's at third. He's the tying run. Go-ahead run at second, Terrio. And Reed Johnson's at first. Third Marlin to pitch in the 7th. Here we go. Hit foul.
98 on that fastball from Lindstrom. He's got a good heater and he likes to use it.
Dueling Let's Go Cubbies, Let's Go Marlins in the stands. The 0-1 pitch. Now he's in the hole, 0-2. Well, everyday players players really appreciate what guys like Darryl Ward do a lot. When you come into a spot like this, sitting on the bench all night, 2.5 hours later, 98-98. Not easy. Outside. A 1-2 delivery. Oh, good eye.
Good take right there. Very tempting pitch. Laser beam straight fastball at 99, but just below the knees and just off of the outside corner. I think Lindstrom had enough time to warm up.
Looks like it, doesn't it? Apparently he can roll out of bed and throw 99. The trainer's going to head out.
Didn't he just head out there? He went out to the mound to talk to his pitcher, and normally when a team does that in this particular situation, they talk over exactly what pitch they're going to throw, and then a lot of times don't even give signs just to make sure that runner at second base can't relay anything to the hitter.
Big 2-2 pitch. Nothing but heat in this at bat. It's all started with 2 outs. Soriano with a single. He stole a base. Terrio walked. They both moved up on Reed Johnson's pinch hit base hit. Here's the next 2-2 pitch.
All fastballs in this sequence. If you're Matt Trainer behind the plate, you're probably a little fearful about calling for a slider. Matt Lindstrom's best pitch is that fastball. You don't want to get beat on your secondary pitches, and there's a good chance if you call for a slider right now, he'll throw it in the on-deck circle.
Swinging a ground ball. Ramirez will get it. Throw. And they got him at second. Just getting the sliding Reed Johnson. So Lindstrom escapes. Stretch time from Florida. 2-1 Marlins.
How many years have you been lying to me? A total freak.
I've smoked pot.
You want a piece of me? Bring it on.
That is so reassuring, my little flower.
Excuse me?
There's no way to get me out of here now. Things are just getting good.
Hey, look, I know your fancy little gizmo here is going to tell you to take the highway because it seems faster, but trust me, I've been doing this a long time, and I got a little shortcut. The next light, you're going to want to take a look.
Left.
Okay, but here's the part no one knows. You're going to want to take the
second left.
But you can't go straight this time of day, so you're going to want to...
Bear right. Park Street.
Park Street is...
Is that a new suit?
With its exclusive IQ routes, the new TomTom Go uses real drive times to calculate the fastest route. TomTom, go confidently.
Last year, Expedia booked over 25 million trips worldwide. More trips than any other travel site. That gives you the power to get the best deal on the one trip that really matters. Yours. Expedia.com. And right now, you can get our best hotel deals yet. It's the Expedia half-off hotel sale. Get up to 50% off hotels, plus get $75 for free gas.
Welcome to Progressive's Concierge Claims Center. You must be Mr. Garcia.
I was a little fender bender.
We have your reservation right here. We'll assess the damage, coordinate the repairs, and call you when it's fixed. And it all comes with your policy. Here's your rental.
Can I see it again?
Taking care of everything for you. That's Progressive. Call or click today.
Pretty good battle between Lindstrom and Lee. Derek grounded into a fielder's choice to end the top of the inning. So he stays in along with Reed Johnson and Jeff Samardzija. We'll look to Alfredo Meziga, who made the final out last night. Ball 1. Jeff thought he might play in this stadium with the shoulder pads on, but he's pitching in the big leagues. 1-1. Well, right now he's at about the 18-yard line. Dolphins played here last weekend.
Well, the field is actually in a lot better shape than I thought it was going to be in after a football game being played here. There are some divots, a few marks you can tell where the big offensive linemen were pushing on each other. But for the most part, the infield has played very true in this series. We haven't seen any bad hops. And that's the thing you're most concerned with, the bad hops in the infield.
A roller to Terrio. Gets the hustling of Meziga. Always key to get that guy in front of Hanley Ramirez, who has hit a home run, doubled, and was intentionally walked. They did catch him stealing in the 3rd inning. He was trying to take third base. Speaking of football, we got a note here on some stationery from Shula's Hotel and Golf Club. And it starts with, "Hi, Len and Bob, we love you." I usually like notes like that. Broken bat. The bat's fair, the ball's foul. Bill and Kathy Snedden from Marco Island in Florida, by way of Frankfort, Illinois, are here. Wanted to say hi to their 3 daughters, sons-in-laws, 4 grandchildren. We're watching in the suburbs.
I was coaching with the San Francisco Giants, and we came here. We used to stay at that Shula's Hotel and Golf Resort. It was the darndest thing. I looked out my window one day, and there were cows. It was right next door to some type of a farm. The wake-up call is
What do you like in a battle between a gator and a cow?
Well, I don't want to think about that.
Ramirez swings and misses.
I think that was a split-fingered fastball. Not a lot of downward movement, but enough off speed that he gets Ramirez out front for the swinging strike.
It looked like a changeup.
Yep.
Across Alligator Alley over to Naples or Fort Myers. You're going to see a lot of gators on the side of the road.
A lot of the golf courses down here in South Florida, you see gators in the water hazards.
Yeah, I got to be careful, because that's usually where I hit the ball off the tee. You just kind of let that one stay there. High in the air down the right field line, and it's Kosuke running out of room.
Over near the hot tub.
It's right near the Marlins pen, right behind him. Drinking some Bud Light back there. Yeah, I leave my ball retriever right in the bag when you play golf down here in Florida. Inside.
I just don't hit my ball in the water. That's easy.
That's smart.
Yeah. The surest way not to hit it in the water for me is to aim at the water, because I never hit it where I'm aiming. Mr. Margin with a lot of late movement on that tailing fastball in the low 90s, the last one at 92.
There's ball 4. An emphatic backflip there by Ross. So he keeps the Marlins alive here in the 7th. He's a little reminiscent of Kenny Lofton. Cody Ross with angry bat flip. Throw to first. Cantu has struck out swinging twice and has been intentionally walked once. Another toss to first.
Good idea to check on Ross over there. With 2 outs in the inning, the Marlins might want to try to steal him into scoring position. He's 4 out of 5 on the season. Not a lot of stolen bases on this team other than Hanley Ramirez, but some pretty good percentages.
Trail 2-1. Cody Ross with the RBI single in the 5th, giving Florida its second lead. Here's DeRosa. Throws out Cantu on to the 8th. Fontenot, Fukudome, DeRosa due up. Cubs trail by
1. Justice Room, wall-to-wall in teal.
Exactly. And, you know, if you got a little extra carpet lying around, there might be a little something extra for you, honey.
I'll see what I have.
Hey, you're home early. What do you think?
Endless refreshment from start to finish. Bud Light keeps it coming.
Very easy, honey.
Come on, sweetie, we're here.
Send money over the phone with Western Union.
So the money got there fast?
Yeah, before the repairs were even finished. Hey, thanks again.
You bet.
Western Union. 1-800-CALL-CASH. Send money today.
I've had asthma for 15 years.
I've had it for 5 years.
I've had it for 12 years.
But I just found out what the problem really is.
My symptoms kept coming back.
Kept coming back until I found out how to help prevent them.
The real problem was I wasn't treating both main causes of asthma symptoms.
Airway constriction I feel and inflammation I may not.
I thought my controller was treating both, but it wasn't.
It wasn't preventing my symptoms.
So my doctor prescribed Advair. Advair treats both main causes to help prevent symptoms in the first place.
Advair contains salmeterol. Salmeterol may increase the chance of asthma-related death. So Advair is not for asthma that's well controlled on another controller medicine. Advair will not replace fast-acting inhalers for sudden symptoms and should not be taken more than twice a day. Talk to your doctor about the risks and benefits of Advair. If you take Advair, see your doctor if your asthma does not improve or gets worse.
If you're still having symptoms, ask your doctor how to help prevent them with Advair.
Find out how to get your first full prescription free at Advair.com.
WGN America. TV you can't ignore.
Mike Fontenot leads off the 8th for the Cubs against Lindstrom. Ball 1. Both teams with chances tonight, as it's 2-1 here in the 8th. Ugle will go out and get the pop-up. 39,124. Over 28 last night. Marlins are averaging just over 16 per home date. Great atmosphere tonight. The problem with this park and a lot of the other parks on the list tonight on our AT&T text poll questions, smack the other way and the left. Base hit for Kosuke. It's huge. This place can hold about 65,000. It's basically a football stadium that they have configured to fit a baseball field. And that's why they want to get in a new retractable roof stadium. They've been trying for a long, long time. Let's see the others on that list. Now they play football at Shea, at the Metrodome, in Oakland. Tampa, they play football, but they played other sports, and it's rather generic, put it that way.
Yeah, clearly a multi-purpose stadium, not really built for baseball.
I saw an NCAA tournament basketball game at Tropicana Field years ago. Can't even remember what the name of it was at the time. Thunderdome or Suncoast Dome or something like that. And they're trying to get a new stadium there as well. The other issue here, unlike in Tampa or in St. Petersburg where the ballpark is, they have a dome there. Ready for a 2-0, and that's a strike. Is it rains somewhere in the South Florida area at some point almost every day. So if you have any sort of drive and it's raining where you are, you might wonder, well, is the game going to be played tonight? Well, yeah, normally they do play. And it's tough when it's downpouring at 5 o'clock to make that decision.
I think we're going to see the first breaking ball from Matt Lindstrom since he came into the game. Slider in the dirt.
When Kosuke faked a steal there, because he didn't know that ball was going to be in the dirt, but if he had gone, he would have gotten the second.
And that's one thing that surprises me a little bit about Kosuke Fukudome. We've raved throughout this season about his solid fundamental play. It's that fake steal of second base is something that most hitters don't like to see, either run or don't run. But we've seen Kosuke do that a lot this season.
Here's a 3-1 fouled off by Mark, 3-2.
I mean, for some hitters, when they see that runner at first base turn and take those two big steps towards second base, and a right-handed hitter can definitely see that out of his peripheral vision, they may try to shoot that ball in the hole between first and second. They may show bunt and pull the bat back to give the runner an opportunity to steal second base and take him completely out of his offensive game.
He goes on the 3-2 pitch, and it'll be a Meziga to catch the fly for the second out. So a quiet night for one of the hottest hitters on the Cubs, Mark DeRosa. He's 0 for 4. And Giovanni Soto is going to bat for Henry Blanco. Have only scored one tonight, but I really like what Lou did. His team is playing great baseball right now. Everybody's generally been hitting, giving Derek Lee the night off to start. Arama's still day-to-day, didn't want to take any chances. Soto getting the night off. And then look at your bench and what you can do late. There's Aramis on deck. He hasn't even caught yet tonight.
Bruises on top of bruises at this point in the season for a catcher. Comes off the bench. The first pitch he sees. Pow! Off the inside of his left heel. And he just walks it off.
Good slider. 0-2. Strikes on Soto, the pinch hitter. The Mets won 7-4 over the Pirates. So Florida's now 4 back in the East. Off the end of the bat, and that'll drop down for a hit. Kosuke will go around to third. And we're going to see a Ramos Ramirez as a pinch hitter.
Good battle by Soto. Gets out in front of that pitch. Hits it right off the very end of the bat, but gets enough of it to float it over Dan Uggla's head for a base hit into right. With 2 outs, Kosuke going on contact. Easily goes first to third.
So first action for Ramos since Thursday night. And he had an awkward slide into the plate in Atlanta. Suffered a left hip contusion. Prior to that slide, he had a 3-run homer. A single, went 2 for 2, scored twice. Also was intentionally walked that night in the first inning. Well, that is a great barehanded catch right in front of us by a Cub fan on that ball. It was hit really hard. I was ready to duck.
.349 hitter with 9 home runs from the 7th inning on in ball games this year.
The 0-1. Too high.
Well, he had a great rip at that first pitch, too. I mean, not many guys are going to come off the bench cold against Lindstrom and be right on that high 90s fastball the way Ramirez was. He fouled that one straight back over the netting.
To third on the ground. Cantu looks it in. And Ramirez is out. Cubs lead 2 more. They've left at least 2 in 4 different innings. 2-1.
Next, Reno 911. Dangle is leaving the department.
Jim has been here a long time in those plum smugglers.
Never actually kicked a block hole.
Reno 911. Tonight at 11:30 East, 8:30 West.
Bud Light is brewed to give you everything you want in a beer. Never-ending refreshment, superior drinkability, and now, the ability to time travel.
I'm gonna get out of here for a bit.
No, I'm Matt from the future. A future witch! Get out! The ability to time travel no longer available in Bud Light. The superior drinkability remains.
Bud Light keeps it coming.
I'm not a witch! It's a text message!
Last year, Expedia booked over 25 million trips worldwide. More trips than any other travel site. That gives you the power to get the best deal on the one trip that really matters. Yours. Expedia. And And right now, you can get our best hotel deals yet. It's the Expedia half-off hotel sale. Get up to 50% off hotels, plus get $75 for free gas.
Check it out, gas prices blowing up sky high. Ditch my used subcompact for a two-wheeled ride. Now I'm rolling eco-friendly, but I still look bad. When the bike store saw my credit, they said this was all they had. I'm singing F to the R to the E to the E to the C to the R to the E D I T. Free to the port to the dot to the com. Come on, everybody, grab your bike and sing along. It's easy. F to the R. Offer applies with enrollment in Triple Advantage.
The producer of Chicago Cubs baseball on WGN Sports is Pete Thomas. Skip Ellison is our director, our associate producer, Mark Brady. The executive producer of WGN Sports, Bob Vorwald. Thanks as well to our stage manager in the booth, Kathy Nose. Our studio coordinator back at WGN, Christina Ballas, and our entire WGN crew here in South Florida. We're in the bottom of the 8th. Carlos Marmol, along with Giovanni Soto, who stays in to catch. And they'll go after Mike Jacobs, swung on and missed. Fastball riding at 94 for Marmol. Lifted foul. Well, it's getting late, but I think we said that last night. Cubs with only 3 outs to go. Looks like Kevin Gregg will try to get another save. The WGN News follows the ball game. Stay tuned.
Well, the Cubs will have the top of their batting order up in the top half of the 9th inning. Soriano, Terrio, Johnson, and Lee, and others, hopefully.
Tried the backdoor slider, didn't get the call.
Just didn't quite get it back to the corner here. The ball just hung out off the outside. Soto tried to frame it, make it look better, but Jerry Mills said that one's too wide.
I thought he was talking about the Manatees.
Oh, they are wide.
Left center. Reed Johnson calling, and he has it. 1 out here in the last of the 8th with Gregg getting ready for the 9th. The home run he gave up last night to Darrell Ward was just the 2nd home run he's given up all year.
Well, they usually come in bunches, though.
Yes, they do.
Let's go.
I'm sure he'd probably tell you, and Mark Wiley, their pitching coach, it wasn't a homer, it was a leadoff walk.
Absolutely.
Usually spells disaster for a closer in the 9th. Another fly. All kinds of real estate for Johnson.
Something else that comes in bunches, the Manatees, especially tiny. I thought vertical stripes were supposed to be slimming. I just don't get it.
Yeah, doing the YMCA.
Well, they have a good time.
Bulls have the Matadors. The Marlins have the Manatees. I don't know about you, but I'm inspired.
See, that was, for me personally, that wasn't very inspiring because now I feel like I'm in pretty good shape. I see those guys. I don't feel the need to go work out. Watch what I eat. Geez, I'm in good shape.
One and two on Josh Willingham. Soriano, Terrio, Johnson due up in the ninth. Just missed. Well, we said it last night. Chad Godin, 2 scoreless innings to just keep the Cubs in it. Tonight it's been Howry, Samardzija, and Marmol. Got it. That'll end the 8th. So we head to the 9th. See if the Cubs have another comeback in them. Top of the order.
Somebody. You just randomly. I know.
You were so jealous. What was that?
It's nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing at all.
Every sip gets you closer to clothing, vacations, millions of songs from Amazon MP3 and more. Sign up at PepsiStuff.com.
Goodbye, Mr. Made Up of Different Stuff guy.
Going for it, 2008.
This is my year.
I'm not going home without it.
I've been dreaming about it since I was a kid.
The perfect chicken sandwich.
Introducing McDonald's new Southern-style chicken sandwich. It's perfectly seasoned.
It's juicy.
It's just how I like it.
All white meat chicken served warm with pickles on a steamed, buttery-tasting bun.
Why you settle for silver?
When you can get gold.
Can I get a little help here? Hello. Hey. We all upgraded to Verizon Wireless. Got push to talk and the reliability of the network. That old service is useless now. Careful. Cement.
Don't be the last one standing with another push to talk. Switch to the only one that comes with the network. Activate push to talk on 5 business lines to get these great deals. Verizon Wireless.
Sunday, the Cubs look to shine under the South Florida sun. Cubs, Marlins, Sunday on WGN America. Reno 911. Tonight at 11:30 East, 8:30 West on WGN America. Keep your eyes here.
Some changes now for the Marlins. Helms is in to play third. That'll send Cantu over to first. So Jacobs is out, and Kevin Gregg, the closer, who had his 11 consecutive save streak come to a crashing halt in Game 1, works with just a 1-run lead tonight. Last night he was given a 2-run advantage. And it's Soriano. Ball 1. Kind of hard to believe. Matt Lindstrom went an inning and a third and didn't have any strikeouts, even though he got the job done. Throwing in the upper 90s. Tells you about major league hitters. They can catch up to that fastball.
Guessing those goggles that Kevin Gregg is wearing out there on the mound are some kind of prescription glasses, because if you watch Matt Trainer behind the plate, he's not giving signs like a catcher normally would with his fingers. He's touching different body parts, his helmet, his shin guards, his chest protector. And usually that's something you revert to when a guy just cannot see the signs. You have to go to something a little more visible.
The 2-2 pitch, a ground ball. Ramirez coming over and throwing out Soriano. Wow. Sure, the Cubs hitters wouldn't mind if he just said slider, fastball away.
Yeah, Just like when they warm up between innings, they let the catcher know what's coming. You know, they wave their glove one direction or the other to indicate fastball, breaking ball. That'd be all right. Need a runner.
Ryan came in 7 for 16 on the trip, 0 for 3 with a walk here in game 2. Final game tomorrow, then an off day Monday. Upcoming homestand starts Tuesday night against the Reds. The Nationals will also be in next weekend. Nine-game road winning streak on the line. 1-2. To Ontario. We missed it earlier. Henry Blanco hit a home run to tie it. That was the only run for the Cubs through 8. We're now in the 9th. 2-2 pitch to Terrio. That gets by everybody. Draws the walk. So that patience paying off again.
And against this Marlins team, Len, you want to keep as much pressure on them defensively as you can. They're a very poor defensive ball club. They need to lead the National League in errors. Only the Rangers have made more errors in the major leagues. With those runners on base, break up that infield a little bit. Give them a little bit to think about out there.
Ronnie Cedeno's the only position player left on the bench. Lou actually used Carlos Zambrano to pinch hit back in the 7th. He used Johnson and Lee in that inning. Soto and Ramirez came off the bench in the 8th. Greg working up a lather out there. Two and one.
It was one of those borderline pitches. Because of the way Matt Trainer caught it, he pushed it further out of the strike zone. Didn't get the call from Jerry Meals. That's a big swing pitch in the at-bat for Reed Johnson.
A 2-1, 2-2.
That was a big swing pitch, too. Unfortunately, the at-bat swung the wrong way right there. Breaking ball probably low out of the strike zone. Would have been 3-1.
Greg is the 6th Marlins hurler tonight. And the Cubs are down to their final chance now, 2 outs. It'll bring up Derek Lee. Greg with a big strikeout of Johnson. Lee 0 for 1. He pinch hit in the 7th. Hit into an inning-ending fielder's choice with the bases loaded. The kick and the pitch to Lee. Strike one.
To believe they're just going to try to stay away from Derek Lee, to throw fastballs on the outside corner for strikes or miss away. Oh, they came in.
And Helms able to keep it on the infield, but that'll be a base hit. Here comes Mike Fontenot, first and second.
Well, they did come inside with a fastball to Derek Lee, put a good quick swing on it, hit that screaming ground ball down to Wes Helms at third base. Somehow he manages to get a piece of this one and keep it in the infield. But that does move Terrio into scoring position, representing the tying run with Mike Fontenot at the plate.
Career hit 1,500 for Lee. Well, how many big hits has Fontenot come up with this season? He bats with 2 on and 2 down. Outside corner. Trying to knock in his LSU teammate, Brian Terrio, representing the tying run. The pitch. Going to go down to third, and he held up.
Get a look at it from this angle. Ooh, very close. We'll take it.
The 1-1 down to their final strike. Cubs are not going to go down without a fight. They have left 11 on through 8. 1 for 7 with runners in scoring position. Looking for that one big hit. The 1-2 to Fontenot, called strike 3, and the Marlins have tied this series at 1 apiece. Boy, Mike Fontenot, very angry about that call. It's as upset as we've seen him.
And not only the strike 3 call, I think it all started with the very first pitch of the sequence that appeared to be off the plate away.
So the 9-game road winning streak is over. Still a chance to win the series tomorrow. The final tonight, Florida 2, the Cubs 1. And we'll be back in a moment.
Tonight on WGN News, thousands gather to celebrate the life of comedian Bernie Mac on Chicago's South Side. A spectacular scene on the lakefront as fighter jets dot the skyline for the annual Air and Water Show. And the presidential hopefuls share a stage in California for a forum on faith. The WGN News is next.
On the next Scrubs.
Where's my change?
A bird took it. Every hospital has regulations.
That scavenger is a serious health risk.
But to janitor,
what else can you do?
The rules are for the birds.
I had him stuffed. Wow, that was impressive.
Next Scrubs.
Tonight at 11.
Introducing Bud Light Lime. The superior drinkability of Bud Light with a splash of 100% natural lime flavor.
I know. My diet? Well, yesterday I had an apple turnover. I know it's sort of my weakness. I always keep it in the house. Well, that and Boston cream pie, white chocolate strawberries. Yeah.
And key lime pie.
Yeah. I've already lost some weight.
YoPlay Light with 14 delicious flavors at 100 calories.
Babe, what are you doing?
Last year, Expedia booked over 25 million trips worldwide. More trips than any other travel site. That gives you the power to get the best deal on the one trip that really matters. Yours. Expedia.com. And right now, you can get our best hotel deals yet. It's the Expedia half-off hotel sale. Get up to 50% off hotels, plus get $75 for free gas.
Introducing Bud Light Lime, the superior drinkability of Bud Light with a splash of 100% natural lime flavor.
For the Marlins, 2 runs on just 4 hits for the 3rd straight day, but they win tonight. 1 error, 7 left. For the Cubs, 1 run, 8 hits, no errors, a whopping 13 stranded. Anibal Sanchez beats the Cubs. He's 2-2. It was his first start against the Cubs. Sean Marshall pitched well in a spot start, 5 innings, 2 runs, but he takes the tough loss to drop to 2-3. Kevin Gregg with his 27th save. He's 1 for 2 this weekend. 3 hours, 1 minute in front of 39,124. Budweiser play of the game. This was the game-winning hit back in the 5th inning. Cody Ross, after the Cubs had intentionally walked Hanley Ramirez.
I still think it was strategically the right thing to do. Sean Marshall unfortunately made a bad pitch to Cody Ross, and he made him pay.
Perfect balance of taste and refreshment. Budweiser, the great American lager. We'll be back to wrap it up. Fireworks night here in Florida. 2-1 Marlins.
If you owned a hover-round power chair, where would you go next? The Statue of Liberty, the Grand Canyon, the family picnic. It's all possible with a hover-round.
Hi, I'm Tom Cruise, inventor and founder of Hover-Round. When we say you're free to see the world, we mean it.
Call today and get this free information kit that gets you back on the road to mobility and independence with a Hover-Round power chair.
It gives me an opportunity to be a part of the family.
Before you go out and about, let's start in your home. Hover-Round's Round for a Reason design maneuvers through doorways, hallways, kitchens, and bathrooms more easily than those other power chairs.
It goes wherever I need it, wherever I want it.
Our lightweight contoured seats give you total support and comfort all day long.
And this chair is so comfortable to sit in. Sometimes I don't even realize that I'm in the chair.
Our Hover-Round case managers work directly with Medicare and your insurance company. And remember,
if you have a qualified need, we'll work with your doctor and Medicare to get your Hover-Round at little or no cost. Call today.
No cost. Absolutely no cost to me.
That's right. Little or no cost to you. And you don't have to make calls or handle any paperwork.
And that's the truth.
Hover-Round gives you real independence. So call this number now and receive your free Hover-Round information kit that includes a video and full-color brochure.
Hover-Round will make a big difference in the quality of your life.
I've been in a power wheelchair since 1962, and this is by far the most comfortable chair I've ever been in. It's by far the best chair I've ever owned.
Absolutely the best.
Declare your independence. Call now. You'll be glad you did.
There's no obligation. Call 1-800-635-9011 to get your free video and brochure. That's 1-800-635-9011. 1-800-635-9011.
Chicago Cubs baseball, brought to you by Budweiser, who thanks you for being a designated driver. The Chicagoland area Dodge dealers and the all-new 2009 Dodge Journey. AT&T. See what's new from the new AT&T. Visit att.com for details. The Illinois Lottery. Play the Illinois Lottery. Have a ball. By Pepsi. Every sip gets you closer. And by Southwest Airlines. Fees don't fly with us. Visit southwest.com.
Well, we may head down to South Beach tonight. We'll see. We'll be right back on the air tomorrow. Join us early, 11:30 a.m. Central Time. Road trip finale against the Marlins. Special edition of the Leadoff Man Show. It'll be Ryan Dempster versus Chris Volstad, as the first pitch will be just after 12 noon. Celebrating 60 years of Cubs broadcasts on WGN. Baseball like it ought to be. Once again, our final score tonight, the Cubs' 9-game winning streak on the road has come to an end. Lead down to 5 in the division. 2-1 Marlins the final. And now for Bob Brenly and our entire WGN sports crew, this is Len Casper saying good night from Florida. Inviting you now to stay tuned for the WGN News coming up next.
This is great.
Finally relaxing. Oh, boy, I really needed this.
Look at that. It's amazing.
Wow. I could stay here forever. I'll be in the car.
Okay.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
That's me, Dr. John Dorian. My friends call me JD.
Look what I confiscated from one of the kids in pediatrics.
Ow!
What, too hot?
Yeah! I'm an intern at a hospital that could use a little therapy.
They're doing a breast reduction on 3, and I want to get up there and try and stop it.
In fact, sometimes things around here are so strange, they can make a TV show about it.
There's no beer. Oh, we get a few. Newsflash. You can't drink and then come to work. You're not airline pilots.
They could call it Scrubs.
I'm no Superman.
Nah, my job is right here.
Oh, sorry, if that gets infected, I'm a doctor.
Saving lives at Sacred Heart. Is anybody else a doctor?
What's going on down there?
Scrubs, 7 nights a week at 11 East, 8 West. WGN America, your summertime home for baseball.
This is Chicago's very own WGN News at 9.
But he was a dynamic human being that lived a very big life and a great life. And this is the right way to celebrate Bernie Mac.
Thousands meet on Chicago's far south side to say goodbye to one of the original kings of comedy, Chicago's very own Bernie Mac. Good evening, everyone. I'm Marcella Raymond. Jackie's off tonight.
And I'm Robert Jordan. WGN's Antoine Lewis has our top story. Antoine?
A capacity crowd filled Chicago's House of Hope Church to say goodbye to a Windy City son taken much too soon.
It's a great loss to Chicago, and like I think George Clooney said before, America has gotten a lot less funny now that Bernie is gone.
Actor-comedian Bernie Mac died last Saturday from complications of pneumonia. Mac suffered from sarcoidosis, a disease that impacts the immune system.
If Bernie Mac was here today and could see all of this, he might just get on stage and say, I'm not going anywhere. I'm right here, and I'm here to keep us laughing and keep us joking.
Bernie Mac grew up on Chicago's South Side in the Inglewood neighborhood. His love for Chicago was well known and was touched on by Mayor Richard M. Daley this afternoon when recalling a meeting with Mac just a week before he passed away.
And what the meeting was all about, he wanted to do something personally to get children away from the life of crime and violence.
Bernie Mac's career began in Chicago nightclubs. He eventually hit the big time in movies such as the Ocean's 11 franchise and Charlie's Angels, though his greatest success came through his critically acclaimed self-titled TV show, which brought him several Emmy nominations. He was more popularly known as one of the original kings of comedy, alongside Cedric the Entertainer, D.L. Hughley, and Steve Harvey. The remaining kings were all on hand at today's memorial and provided the most poignant moments of the service, each in their own style.
Y'all know, I'm good to see everybody here, but y'all know y'all was calling me like, say, let me get 4 tickets to the funeral, man. I was like, now that don't make no sense right there. He's still the hottest ticket in town. That's all right there, man.
I've never been more influenced by another comedian
And I'm more proud of him, not for the things that he did on stage, but truly for the man he was. And I'll say this. I'm sad because I never got a chance to tell him how much I loved him.
Bernie Mac always said he walked alone. I don't think he was walking alone at all. I think Bernie was walking with Jesus the whole time. I just hope Jesus.
Bernard Jeffrey McCullough leaves behind a wife, a daughter, and a grandchild, as well as countless fans. Bernie Mac was 50 years old. Reporting from the South Side, Antoine Lewis, WGN News.
And Bernie Mac's family has established a foundation to further research on the disease sarcoidosis.
Friends and family are laying to rest the Chicago woman killed this week alongside an off-duty Chicago police officer. The funeral mass for Catherine Romberg was held this morning at St. John Cantius Church on North Carpenter Street. Her wake was yesterday. Police say Romberg was killed during an attempted robbery outside her home Wednesday morning. She was with off-duty police officer Robert Soto. Funeral services for him are scheduled on Tuesday. Police say they are interviewing people, but they have no suspects right now.
Northwest Suburban Police are investigating a home invasion in Barrington Hills. No one was injured, but homeowners say that they were bound and gagged by at least 3 people who broke into the home. It happened near Bateman and Lake Cook Roads. The thieves took cash, jewelry, and electronic equipment. Police say that they gained entry to the home by breaking through a basement window.
Mayor Daley has to roll up his sleeves and figure out how to balance a budget that has the largest deficit in history. The question, will city workers get pink slips? The budget, already at $141 million shortfall, is slated to be $420 million in the red next year. Before he talks about layoffs, the mayor says he wants a plan in hand.
These are people that work for the city, so you really have to be very considerate understanding that, so you have to work together, that's all. You can't announce it today without, you need a good strategy and a good plan.
The mayor made his comments after a ribbon-cutting ceremony opening a firehouse, a new one, serving Edgewater, Rogers Park, and Andersonville.
Chicago police collected thousands of guns last month during their annual gun turn-in, but not everyone walked away with their promised reward. That is, until today. $100 prepaid MasterCards were given away to anyone holding valid rain checks from the Don't Kill a Dream, Save a Life gun turn-in. That event took place late last month, encouraging people to turn in their weapons in exchange for the prepaid MasterCards. Police say that this year's gun turn-in was a big success.
We get more handguns out of the home. People who don't need them, they can turn them in and you know, keep our homes safer and our communities safer.
This year's gun turn-in netted more than 6,800 guns.
Presidential politics takes a turn for the religious. Coming up, the candidates talk about their faith in a forum in California.
And they're boarding up in Florida, where Tropical Storm Faye shows signs of strengthening before it heads for land.
And thrills in the sky and on the water along the lakefront at the Air and Water Show. Great day, Jim.
You're watching WGN News at 9 with Bob Jordan, Jackie Bay, Jim Ramsey, and Rich King. This is Chicago's very own WGN News at 9.
Live from WGN TV Chicago, the official drawing of the Illinois Lottery.
Good evening, I'm Jeanette Rivera with your winning lottery numbers for Saturday, August 16th, 2008. First game is pick 3. First winning number is 5. Second number, 1. And the third and final pick 3 number, 4. That makes your pick 3 numbers for tonight, 5, 1, 4. Moving on to pick 4, we have Lotto tonight. That jackpot, $4.75 million. Mega Millions on Tuesday night, $81 million. First pick 4 number, 5. Second number, 1. Third number, 1. And the fourth and final pick 4 number, 2. That makes your pick 4 numbers for tonight, 5112. We're now moving on to Little Lotto, the game you can play 7 nights a week with a roll of a jackpot that starts at $100,000. Tonight's jackpot, that is tonight's jackpot, $100,000. Good luck. First Little Lotto number, that number is 16. Second number, 39. Third number, 8. The fourth number, 11. And the fifth and final number, 37. So to recap, Little Lotto numbers for tonight, 16, 39, 8, 11, and 37. We're now moving on to Lotto. Again, tonight's jackpot, $4.75 million. Good luck. First Lotto number, that number is 23. Second number, 28. Third number, 27. The fourth number, that number is 42. The fifth Lotto number, 13. And the sixth and final number, 11. So to recap, Lotto numbers for tonight, 23, 28, 27, 42, 13, and 11. And again, join us on Tuesday night for Mega Millions. That jackpot is $81 million. This is Jeanette Rivera. Have a great night.
Tonight's lottery drawing was brought to you by WGN TV and supervised by the accounting firm of Clifton Gunderson.
You're watching Chicago's very own WGN News at 9.
The presumptive Republican and Democratic nominees for president are both in Southern California. WGN's Judy Garcia joins us live from the newsroom to tell us that Obama and McCain are making their pitches to members of a faith community. Judy?
Good evening, Bob. Rick Warren is a best-selling author, and he's the pastor of a 20,000-member Saddleback Church in Lake Forest, California. Tonight, Warren's church hosted a 2-hour presidential forum for 2 presumptive nominees, one Republican, one Democrat, both Christians, with Pastor Warren asking questions. First up, Senator Barack Obama. Asked who he relies on for counsel and advice, Senator Obama said diverse opinions help him decide important issues.
A table where a lot of different points of view are represented.
On the subject of abortion, Obama said he is pro-choice but believes both sides of the debate can find places to agree.
Are there ways that we can work together to reduce the number of unwanted pregnancies so that we actually are reducing the sense that women are seeking out abortion?
Asked which of the sitting U.S. Supreme Court justices he would not have appointed, Obama first named Clarence Thomas.
I would not have nominated Clarence Thomas. I don't think that I don't think that he was a strong enough jurist or legal thinker.
On taxes, Obama said he wants to offer the middle class a break.
If you make $150,000 or less, you will see a tax cut. If you're making $250,000 a year or more, you're going to see a modest increase.
As to why he wants to be president,
I think I have the ability to build bridges across partisan lines, racial, regional lines, to get people to work on some common sense solutions to critical issues. And I hope that I have the opportunity to do that.
The second hour went to Senator John McCain. Those he relies on for counsel include General Petraeus. McCain on the subject of abortion.
I have a 25-year pro-life record in the Congress, in the Senate, and as President of the United States, I will be a pro-life president, and this presidency will have pro-life policies.
When asked which Supreme Court justices he would not have appointed,
Justice Ginsburg, Justice Breyer, Justice Souter, and Justice Stevens.
And on the subject of taxes,
I don't want to take any money from the rich. I want everybody to get rich. I don't believe in class warfare or redistribution of the wealth.
As to why he wants to be president,
that I'll be the president of every American, and I'll always put my country first.
The candidates were kept sequestered in sound-isolated rooms during each other's comments. They shared that stage only briefly for a photo op as Obama exited the stage and McCain entered, and at the very end of tonight's event about 30 minutes ago. Reporting live in the newsroom, Judy Garcia, WGN News.
Well, plenty of oohs and ahs along the lakefront all day this Saturday. Coming up, we'll show you some of the highlights from this year's Air and Water Show.
What are you eating?
Multigrain Cheerios.
So, trying to watch your weight?
No, why?
Nothing. It's just the box. It says it's low in fat.
Do I look like I need to watch my weight?
No. It just says it has 110 calories per serving.
Yeah, but there are other reasons why I like it.
I know. It's the box. It just says it's made with 5 whole grains. And that's good, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. What else does the box say?
Box says shut up, Steve.
Multigrain Cheerios cereal, because it tastes good.
Attention, diabetics with Medicare.
If you're a diabetic, I have news that could change your life. USA Medical has a new and nearly pain-free way to test your blood glucose. No more painful finger pricks. This new meter allows you to test on your arm or your palm, and it's virtually pain-free. But that's not all. It talks.
Your blood glucose reading is 97.
Seeing and hearing your reading helps confirm accuracy. Best of all, USA Medical will send you one.
I made the call. USA Medical handled everything. The meter and my testing supplies showed up at the front door. Couldn't be easier.
With USA Medical, you can get all your diabetic supplies delivered to your door. They pay shipping, they work with Medicare and your doctors, and they handle the paperwork.
I don't test on my fingers anymore. I use my arm, and I can barely feel it. And I love how this meter talks to me.
Your blood glucose reading is 103.
Change the way you test. Call USA Medical.
While your kids had the summer off, I did some homework for you.
Chris Moon, Burlington Coat Factory kids buyer.
I traveled far and wide, hunted down the latest fashions for kids, saw some wild things, and came back with the most popular looks out there. Clothes they'll look great in at prices that will blow you away. So you're happy, they're happy. Seriously, how often does that happen?
Find all the latest looks for up to 60% less than department stores. Burlington Coat Factory.
CVS Pharmacy Technicians, are you required to work with no overtime pay? Do you work through lunch breaks and run errands for CVS without compensation? And do you work before or after your assigned shift for free? If you work or have worked for a CVS Pharmacy, call Cabatech Brown Kellner. You may be eligible for unpaid overtime wages. We'll talk to you confidentially and for free. Cabatech Brown Kellner, 1-866-773-0025. It's time you collect all the CVS pay you've earned.
WGN America, TV you can't ignore.
You're watching Chicago's very own WGN News at 9.
Well, you know, it's expected to be a record year for turnout at this year's Chicago Air and Water Show.
Yeah, one more day to go. WGN's Holly Gregory was at North Avenue Beach on a gorgeous day for the show's 50th anniversary.
With eyes to a flawless sky, thousands of spectators watched the perfect blend of power and precision.
I think it's great. It's awesome. The weather's been beautiful.
This can really put chills up your spine. It's awe-inspiring.
The lakefront echoed with the sound of man-made thunder. Stealth fighters and raptors warmed up the crowd. Captain Chris Bergtholt is a Raptor pilot from Naperville.
It's pretty amazing. If you can take a roller coaster ride, and it's about 10 times better than that. It's fast, it's slow, there's lots of G's, maneuvering, it's fun.
This jumper will then turn on a base leg.
U.S. Army Golden Knights plummeted toward North Avenue Beach at 120 miles an hour.
I thought that was amazing. And I love that the flag comes down and that we're saluting America. It's amazing.
You can feel the anticipation grow as Chicago welcomes back the stars of the show, the Blue Angels.
The Blue Angels.
Ripping and rolling at up to 1,000 miles an hour, the U.S. Navy Blue Angels never disappoint.
When I do all the tricks and stuff, that's hot.
Flying in diamond formation, the Angels over Chicago couldn't possibly have put on a better show for the 50th anniversary of this summer tradition over Lake Michigan. At North Avenue Beach, Holly Gregory, WGN News.
Wow, what a show, huh?
Yeah, beautiful. Continues tomorrow, too, as well. We're riding a streak of nearly perfect summer weekends. We are so lucky. Shows no signs of stopping yet.
Well, that's good because Jim Ramsey's coming up next to tell us how close things will get to being good weather on Sunday, and he's going to have the look ahead for the work week.
The men of TV are de-evolving from man of the house.
I am the king in my castle.
To man of the couch.
Haven't I heard of you?
You're not a cop, are you?
Just when you think it can't get any worse, these guys show up.
I'm Larry. This is my brother Daryl. That's my other brother Daryl.
Watch the men of classic TV go from sophisticated to sauced. Put your mind on rewind with Out of Sight Retro Night on WGN America. Keep your eyes here.
Believe me, taking care of my home is not easy. I barely have time for myself anymore. But now, things have gotten a little better with Airwick Aromatherapy Scented Oils in essential oil fragrances like calming, soothing, and relaxation that help me unwind and feel at ease. If only for a moment. Airwick Scented Oil Aromatherapy Fragrances. Airwick, it's good to be home. I have COPD, which makes it hard to breathe. But now that I'm breathing better with Advair, I can be my son's first mate.
For people with COPD, including chronic bronchitis, emphysema, or both, great news. Advair helps significantly improve lung function. While nothing can reverse COPD, Advair's different from other medications because it's the only product with an anti-inflammatory and a long-acting bronchodilator working together to help you breathe better. Advair won't replace fast-acting inhalers for sudden symptoms and should not be used more than twice a day. People with COPD taking Advair may have a higher chance of pneumonia. Advair may increase your risk of osteoporosis and some eye problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking Advair.
Thanks, Dad. I'm glad I could help. Ask your doctor how Advair helps improve lung function for better breathing.
Find out how to get your first full prescription free at advaircopd.com.
You know, it's not all fun and games when you're a mascot. Every year I find myself where the season always ends meets the bills never stop. You know that place where you realize even a squirrel can't live off peanuts? Well, maybe you don't, but believe me, I'm there.
Here's a way to score on savings.
Nice.
Switch your car insurance to State Farm. You'll save big, plus get a payment plan that fits your budget. Call, click, or visit and start saving today.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
You know I wear this everywhere.
WGN America. TV you can't ignore.
Tropical Storm Faye hasn't even hit the coast, yet Florida's governor has already declared a state of emergency. The storm dumped heavy rains in Puerto Rico and then moved into Haiti and the Dominican Republic. After hitting Cuba, it's expected to reach Florida, where it could become a Category 1 hurricane.
You've been watching that closely, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's tracking to the west presently at about 14 miles an hour. It's moving between Jamaica and Cuba and may make landfall in Cuba probably tomorrow night or Monday. I've got a satellite picture. We'll show that to you in just a few minutes. Right now, though, we've got an absolutely gorgeous night in progress. Take a look at these temperatures at Chicago area airports. Both O'Hare and Midway reporting readings presently in the low 70s, but it's in the 60s just about every place else, and that's true around the suburbs as well. Meanwhile, we're watching some clouds drift down from Wisconsin. There's actually a trough up there that produced some showers and thunderstorms earlier today. But our attention for the moment is going to be focused farther south, around the Gulf Coast into parts of Texas. If you can believe it, there have been 5 tornado touchdowns today reported to the Storm Prediction Center, one just to the north of Houston, Texas. Apparently, damage was minor, at least that reported along to us. 3 more twisters in Colorado and 1 in Arizona. No reports of any damage associated with those tornadoes. Meanwhile, you can see plenty of dry air through the plains. That's the area where we enjoyed such nice weather today. High temperature in Chicago today made it up to 83 degrees. We'll be roughly in that same basic territory tomorrow. probably adding about 2 degrees or so to the high temperature. Nationally, you can see the disturbed weather out through the Rockies and western plains. Also a lot of action around the Gulf Coast. And just coming into view, some rain showers pushing north out of Cuba. That, of course, is associated with Tropical Storm Faye. There has been some variability in the strength of that system today. It's presently showing maximum sustained winds of 45 miles per hour. It is expected to drift more to the northwest over the next 2 days and could make landfall along the Gulf Coast of Florida on Tuesday. So we'll continue to watch it very closely. A close-up look at the radar, you can see the rain bands moving north from Cuba towards southern Florida. Here's our forecast now for tonight. Skies across the area mostly clear now, but we may see some clouds invade the area later on tonight. Look for a low temperature between about, say 60 in the far western suburbs to around 67 degrees in the downtown area. Then for tonight, looks like, or for tomorrow, it's actually going to be not a half bad day. We do expect mostly cloudy skies. Again, there's a tiny chance of an isolated shower. I don't think that's going to amount to too much. Generally, partly cloudy to mostly clear conditions for tomorrow night. And then looking ahead to the start of next week, we're expecting a beautiful start with mostly clear skies across the area, temperatures fairly warm. In fact, over the next 7 days, we're thinking that our temperatures are going to stay in the 80s, probably getting no colder than 80 degrees, and that waiting until next Saturday. A couple of chances of seeing a shower or thunderstorm that Thursday, maybe into Friday. But next Saturday looks like is going to start another pretty weekend around here.
Good.
How about that?
Great summer. Great summer.
Thanks, Jim. Well, coming up, if you're having a bad day, boy, do we have a great place for you.
Superstation WGN is now WGN America. It's not just TV, it's a lifestyle. So quit your job, sell the car, and get ready to plant yourself in front of the tube.
Do not quit your job or sell your car, and if you do, at least make sure you got a backup plan and or you get a good price for it. If you do plant yourself in front of the tube to watch the all-new WGN America, make sure you have plenty of snacks on hand because wild horses, fire, or laser shooting flying saucers will be able to tear you away from the awesome stuff I just mentioned. For real, you've been warned.
WGN America, TV you can't ignore.
It's my own little world in there. I've got guitar lessons I've downloaded, my airplane survival DVDs. They save my life on these long flights. I like to take tons of crazy photos. Oh man, that's my friend's video. Artists email me graphics for my snowboard line. Like, love this, lose that. I pretty much got a random life. You never know where the snow's gonna fall.
The HP Pavilion DV5T with Intel Centurion 2 processor technology. See more at hp.com/Sean.
We all have internal plumbing, but for some of us, it can be a problem. You know, frequent, sudden bladder urges. You worry your pipes might leak, so it's hard to always do things spur of the moment. If you've had enough, talk to your doctor about taking care with Vesicare. Vesicare once a day can help control your bladder muscles so it can help reduce urges and leaks day and night. If you have certain types of stomach, urinary, or glaucoma problems, do not take Vesicare. While taking Vesicare, if you experience a serious allergic reaction, severe abdominal pain, or become constipated for 3 or more days, tell your doctor right away. Common side effects are dry mouth, constipation, blurred vision, and indigestion. Fewer urges, the chance to be more spontaneous. Vesicare can make a difference. Ask your doctor today about taking care with Vesicare.
Wouldn't it be nice if everything in life came with a worry-free guarantee? Well, at Rent-A-Center, everything does. With our worry-free guarantee, we'll match any competitor's price on brand new, brand-name merchandise. No credit hassles, delivery, setup, and service included. And you gotta love it or your money back. Rent-A-Center. We make it easy to make it your own. It's the worry-free summer cruising sweepstakes at Rent-A-Center. $1 million in cash, cars, and prizes. Winners every day. Hurry into Rent-A-Center or visit worryfreesummer.com to enter.
You're watching Chicago's very own WGN News at 9.
The husband and wife, Congressman and Alderman team of Jesse Jackson Jr. and Sandy Jackson led community leaders and hundreds of children on an anti-violence march today. Each of them is encouraging residents to take a more active role in policing their neighborhood against the recent rise in violent crime.
In this violent violence in this community has got to stop. These residents deserve better. They deserve to be able to wake up every day and enjoy the fruits of all that is Chicago.
Both the Jacksons say that they are ready to accept Governor Rod Blagojevich's offer to dispatch state troopers to the city's high crime areas. A major resurfacing project is set to begin next week on North Lakeshore Drive in Chicago. The road is full of potholes, and city officials say that the work will begin on Friday. The work is going to be done during off-peak hours. It will start in the southbound lanes between Irving Park and Foster Avenue. It's expected to be completed in November. Work on the northbound lanes is expected to begin in spring.
Well, whether you are going through a bad breakup, dealing with a nightmare boss, or you're just flat out having a bad day, one San Diego entrepreneur came up with the ultimate stress reliever: breaking stuff. Sarah's Smash Shack lets you purchase, then break a wide variety of items, from a stack of plates to picture frames that you are more than welcome to fill with photos. The house special is a stack of plates for $45, and the photo frame will run you just $10. It gets the endorphins going. There's nothing like it. Yeah, I'm telling you. Break more stuff. Feels good.
Well, just call him Brett the Jet. The Favre era begins with a bang in New York.
And the White Sox try and stay atop the American League Central Division standings as they take on the A's in Oakland.
Become one with molten chocolate. Celebrate your right to indulge. It's time for Warm Delights Minis. Just seconds in the microwave, 150 calories, and you'll see how something so mini can take you so far.
Sure, a lot's changed over the years, but you two do have a groovy thing going on. Don't let erectile dysfunction get in the way. Viagra can help you enjoy a more satisfying sexual experience. America's most prescribed ED treatment is marking its 10th anniversary. Want to learn more? The facts are there to greet you at Viagra.com. Ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Don't take Viagra if you take nitrates for chest pain, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Side effects may include headache, flushing, upset stomach, and abnormal vision. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. Stop taking Viagra and call your doctor right away if you experience a sudden decrease in vision or hearing. Ask your doctor if Viagra is right for you.
I am Wilton's playmate. I don't take Wilton for walks. Wilton takes me. Fetching involves 2 zip codes. And our bird-watching days, well, have gone to the dogs. I am more than just a dog owner. I'm an IAMS dog owner.
An IAMS proactive health dog owner, that is. More veterinarians recommend IAMS than any grocery brand. It helps promote 7 signs of healthy vitality. IAMS Proactive Health. Make your dog an IAMS dog. Visit myiamsdog.com and get a $5 coupon.
How your home looks says a lot about you. How it smells says more. For germy odors, there's Lysol Nutra Air Freshmatic. It sprays automatically and can be set for every 9, 18, or 36 minutes to constantly remove germy odors. Oust can't do that. For fresh, clean air automatically, Lysol Nutra Air Freshmatic.
WGN America, TV you can't ignore.
Rich King joins us tonight. Oh boy, the Cubs almost pulled this one out.
Yeah, I thought they were going to.
Well, they had lots of chances, but no cigar in this one tonight in Miami. The Cubs' road magic ending in Miami tonight. They had won 9 in a row going in, but tonight the Cubs' bats disappeared, and so did the streak. The Cubs blowing a whole bunch of scoring chances down there in South Florida. A land of beautiful people and great-looking cheerleaders. How about that? Cubs are down 1-0 when Henry Blanco gets a hold of one. This one sails over the wall, his 3rd of the year. It was a 1-1 game, still 1-1 in the 5th when the Marlins took the lead for good. Cody Ross with a base hit off Sean Marshall, and a run would score. Florida led 2-1. Cubs had one final shot in this game in the ninth inning. 2 on, 2 out. Mike Fontenot takes the call for a strike. Cubs go down 2-1. They still are 4-1 though on this road trip. The Cubs stranding 13 men. Marshall gets the loss. The Milwaukee Brewers and Dodgers playing tonight. Milwaukee trading 2-1. Right now, Milwaukee trails the Cubs by 5 games in that battle for first place. At long last, a good game for the White Sox in Oakland. Good pitching, clutch hitting, and a rare victory in a place that has been a chamber of horrors for the Sox for the past 7 years. Ozzie saw his guys come back nicely after a disheartening loss last night. They took the lead in the second. Juan Uribe with a shot in there for a double, a 2-bagger, and the Sox had a quick 1-0 lead for John Danks on the hill. Another run then scored in the second inning when the catcher, Toby Hall, comes up, and he will get a base hit the other way, and this will be the difference in the game. Danks able to hang on for a 2-1 lead, and he will get some great pitching a bit later on. Gets Frank Thomas here on the ground ball, the third double play as Danks wins his 10th of the year, and the Sox even the series. They beat the A's by a score of 2-1. So the Sox finally break through in Oakland. They still are 7-28 in McAfee Coliseum in the last 7 years, but the Sox bullpen held up today, and pitching will be the key down the stretch. Tomorrow we'll assess the pitching with Don Cooper on the Instant Replay show at 9:40, and he told me things shape up pretty well for the final month and a half.
We've weathered the storm fairly well so far. You know, we haven't, I can't look back and say, oh, God, we blew a few games because we didn't have them available. We're doing the best we can. The players are doing a pretty stand-up job of filling in for those missing links, and hopefully we get those missing links back. Not necessarily Contreras because he's out for the season, but Linebrink, who played catch today, and he had a very encouraging day. So, you know, we got to keep doing what we're doing with the bullpen and patch it together, but hopefully Linebrink gets back, and that's a nice addition for us later.
Well, the Twins, meantime, keep pushing the White Sox. They beat Seattle again today. Bases loaded, final out in the ninth inning. A final run is just score as Brian Busher gets a fly ball. Joe Mauer races home, and Minnesota beats Seattle 7-6. Twins remain in a tie for first place with the White Sox. Well, the Bears' second preseason game is no bargain tonight in Seattle. Look at that. The offensive line has been horrible. Rex Grossman almost got killed in the first half. He's had no chance to prove anything. Lines are simply awful. Bears have scored on a safety and a blocked punt and a Robbie Gould field goal in that game also, 9-5. After tonight, you likely can make the argument that Michael Phelps is the best U.S. Olympic athlete of all time. He's about to win his record 8th gold medal as the USA team prepares to compete in the 400-meter medley. USA has never lost that race, so Phelps should surpass the mark of Mark Spitz, who has 7 gold medals. And while Phelps is possibly making history, the USA basketball team took another step toward a gold, defeating Spain, the defending champ, 119-82. LeBron James at 18, and the U.S. shot 57% from the floor.
It's the first game that we've had where we shot at such a high percentage, and it was started off with so many fast break points, and we forced a lot of turnovers. They turned into points, and then it just spread.
And here's how it stands now for the medals. The U.S. and China have been neck and neck all time long here. Australia, France, and Russia next in line as we pass the halfway point in Beijing. Brian McBride making his debut for the Fire tonight, but was not a good evening out there in Bridgeview. Blanco with a bit for the Fire, but it bounces off the post here. The Fire blowing several good chances, and they lost 1-0 tonight to D.C. United. But Ben Gordon says he has played his last game as a Chicago Bull. Gordon confirmed that he will not accept the Bulls' 1-year, $6.4 million qualifying offer. Gordon turned down a 5-year, $50 million contract offer last summer. And Illinois is ranked 20th in the first preseason AP college football poll. And finally, Brett Favre's first game for the Jets tonight, and a good debut. He will hit Jericho Cotchery for a nice completion here, even though Cotchery at the end of this play takes a pretty good hit. Oh! But Favre looking good. He gets the Jets on the board. He finds Dustin Keller for a touchdown. Brett was 5 for 6 for 48 yards and a TD. Jets lost that game 13-10. But you know New York, Brett will be all over the front pages for the next 10 weeks.
That's right. They'll love him after all.
All right.
That's going to do it for us this Saturday night. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Bob Jordan.
We appreciate it. Have a great rest of your weekend. For Rich, Jim, and all of us here, have a good night, too.
optional control. Destination tires with Unity technology. Only from Firestone.
Did you know that 1 in 5 American adults has genital herpes? That's because so few people know they're spreading it. My patients really try to be careful, but many are surprised to learn they can still spread herpes between outbreaks. So you can give herpes to your partner at any time, even without signs or symptoms. The CDC recommends daily medication as part of a plan to reduce the risk of spreading genital herpes. Once daily Valtrex is the only medicine proven to reduce that risk.
Always use safer sex practices with daily therapy, which also includes avoiding sexual contact when you get or think you're getting an outbreak. There's no cure for herpes. Even with treatment, it's possible to spread herpes. Valtrex is for adults with healthy immune systems. To avoid a potentially serious complication, tell your doctor if your immune system isn't normal because of bone marrow or kidney transplant or advanced HIV disease.
I have genital herpes.
And I still don't.
And now we're doing more to help keep it that way.
Ask your doctor about once daily Valtrex and save up to $10 on every 30 caplets at Valtrex.com.
WGN America, your summertime home for baseball.